Hey Kimberbell fans, so did you hear the news? I finally created a Facebook group. So I've had a lot of requests to do a Facebook group or to do something in a way that we can do group projects. And I have the YouTube channel and that's working well, but I'm not getting what I need from that. So I want to be able to have more interaction and I want to be able to see your projects. So this way we can do group projects and have fun together. And I'm very excited. So make sure to go on Facebook and look for Kristin Creates, Kristin Creates, and join the group and join the fun. Our first project we're going to start next week on Wednesday, July 14th, and we're going to do Kimberbell's vintage boardwalk quilt. Big project. We're going to do it together and it's going to be so fun. I'm really excited. So now is the time to get your supplies. Go to your favorite quilt shop, and on Kimberbell's website they have a shop locator and to help you find a shop, and find the vintage boardwalk CD. This is the booklet. It has the CD I think in the front of it. So you need the CD to get started, and you also need the embellishment kit and the fabric kit. You can either get, I generally get the half yard bundle so that I can make the additional projects that are in the kit book, but you can get the regular kit either way. So you want your fabric for the vintage boardwalk quilt, and then don't forget your backing. I chose the navy. I think that'll be really pretty. There's a few options for the backing. And then I also chose to get the vintage boardwalk thread kit. This is optional, but I am going to use it, and so my tutorial will have which thread colors I'm using, so it's totally optional. But this is the time to start shopping and find the products that you're gonna need to join in the fun. And if you've already made this quilt, that's okay. Join the Facebook group and we'll ask you to share photos and to inspire those of us that are working on it. So time to get started and join the group and start shopping to get your vintage boardwalk supplies and join us for this fun group project. I'm very excited and glad for all of you that already joined the group yesterday when we started it, and it's already so much fun. Thank you. It's time for a group project. Are you ready? Let's do the vintage boardwalk quilt together, because you know it's more fun together. Hey Kimberbell fans, Kristin Som here, and it's time to start our first group project. We've decided on Vintage Boardwalk by Kimberbell Designs, and so we're going to start on the very first block, which is called Swimming Suit 1. It's on page 10 of the booklet, and we're going to quilt it first. We're going to quilt as we go. That is optional. As I mentioned in the group, I am going to quilt. You can take it to a long arm quilter after you're all done, or leave it unquilted. Do whatever works for you, but I am going to show you how to quilt as you go, and hopefully you can join me for that. So some fabrics that we're going to need for today. We need the background fabric, which is this red houndstooth, and the cut sizes I'll add in the video, and the blue dots, navy blue with white dots, and then we need the white with little tiny red dots. So just a warning, when you're looking through your fabric kit, I first found this one, which is white with little like teal dots, and I thought, uh-oh, I don't have the right one. So keep looking through your fabric kit. They're pretty similar, so make sure to get the one with the little red dots. And a really good guide is on the first couple of pages, it'll have all of the different fabrics, and you can just confirm, like it'll say for Swimming Suit 1, if you go to the white with red dots, it'll say Swimming Suit 1 in section 1. It'll tell you, it'll confirm that you're using the right fabric. So that's if you're using the fabric kit. You can use your own fabrics. I'm also going to use the official threads for Vintage Boardwalk. That's optional as well. You'll also need the embellishment kit. We don't need it just yet, but you will need it soon. So make sure you've got the embellishment kit, the fabric kit, the CD booklet with all the designs, and then get your fabrics ready. So one thing that I always do is I add on the back a fusible mesh stabilizer on the back of all of my fabrics. You can see it makes them more crisp and it wards off puckers. I do it on the applique pieces as well. And that's completely optional. You're going to have batting behind your main fabric if you're going to quilt. So it's not super like required, but it's what I do and it works for me. It keeps everything crisp and it also makes it easier to cut without having fraying all over. So do what works for you. I use fusible mesh stabilizer on the back. In my hoop, I generally like to use tearaway. You can also use just regular mesh stabilizer cutaway, and that works great too. Do what works for you. I like tearaway, especially for quilting. It's easy to get off of the back, but do what works for you. All right, so we'll go through the whole process. We're going to start just on block 1, which is on page 10 of your booklet. So let's get started. As I mentioned, I am going to quilt as I go, and I'm going to use the Kimberbell quilting designs. So for today, it's wavy number 3, and you can get that from the Kimberbell website as a direct download, and I will add a link. So one thing I want to point out, the most important thing to know about quilting and choosing the quilting design is the size of the final cut. So it always says at the beginning, we're going to start with our fabric for this first block. Our first fabric is going to be 6.5 by 10.5. That's what we're going to start out, and that's what we'll cut for our starting, right? But after we do the quilting, after we do the applique, then we're going to cut it down to size. And that is going to be 4.5 by 8.5. So that is what determines which size quilting that we're going to choose. So if our final cut size is 4.5 by 8.5, that means that we want a quilting design that is 4 by 8. So you can use any quilting design that is 4 by 8. It's not super easy to find them, just a warning, but Kimberbell, all of theirs come in 4 by 8 and they're so easy to use. You'll see we're going to do a whole tutorial for that, but choose a design that is 4 by 8 for this first block. Okay, as I mentioned, we're going to start with the quilting first. So that would be this wavy 4 by 8, wavy number 3 by Kimberbell in the horizontal direction. So we're going to start with that. If you want, you can merge the two designs. This, as you can see, is the wavy quilting, and then it's got the applique on top. So you can either do this and finish, and then jump to the applique while keeping everything in the hoop, or you can merge the two. The outcome is exactly the same. It doesn't matter at all. A quick note about choosing your thread color for quilting. You can do white. You can do something that's going to match your main fabric. So you could choose a thread that will blend right in. That's what I did on my very first quilt, but then I branched out more and I saw other quilts that had the quilting really standing out, and I like that. So on Love Notes, I used all different colors. Each block had a different color and it was a contrasting color, and I did that for a couple of reasons. One is that it makes it a lot easier on the tutorial for you to be able to see what I'm showing you when you can see the quilting. The other thing is I really liked the look of it. The overall look when it was completed, I thought it was really fun. So again, on your main fabric, you can choose a color that's going to blend in. You can do an overall color all the same, white or a light gray or something. I am going to do blue for this first one since we're doing wavy number 3. I'm going to choose this Air Force Blue, it's called, from I don't remember the name of this. I'll add a link. But anyway, that in the thread kit, this bright blue, and I'm going to use that as my background for the wavy. So it'll stand out and it'll be fun. And so let's do this. We've just completed step number 3, and I just wanted to show you this is what gives us our 1/4 inch seam allowance. So step 1 was our placement stitch for our batting, and step 2 tack down our batting, and then number 3 gives us the placement for our main fabric. And you can see that it's further out, and there's our 1/4 inch seam allowance. We will not have batting in our seams of our quilt because of this. Kimberbell thought of everything. So this is great. Step number 4 is a tack down of our main fabric. It's actually just a basting stitch that we'll take out before we cut the block, or as we cut the block. I often just bypass this step because my fabric tends to lay straight anyway with the batting under there. But if you worry at all about your main fabric moving, then you definitely want to use this basting stitch. So that's step number 4. All right, we are done quilting our first block. Yay, us. Now keep it in the hoop. Most important thing, keep it hooped, and we'll go ahead and start on the applique straight from here. The design is going to go ahead and center right in the middle of the block for us, so we're all set. did it. Block number 1 is done. So now you do your part. Add in the comments a picture of your block when it's completed. Remember, it's more fun together. Everybody share. Do your block and share a picture. Are you ready for the second challenge in our Vintage Boardwalk Quilt group project? Let's do it. Hi Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here. Did you complete your first challenge? The swimming suit number 1 block was our first challenge. And did you post a picture in the Kristen Creates group? So that's what shows me that you're ready to move on. So for those that finished their first block, we're gonna move on to the second challenge. And the second challenge is 2 parts. We're going to do swimming suit 2, which is two different swimsuits. One in yellow and one in orange. So for today, we need, for our first part is this navy blue with white dots cut in 6.5 by 10.5, and then our applique piece, which is our swimsuit, and that is cut to 4 by 6. And as always, I back them with fusible mesh stabilizer for stability and to ward off puckers. And then you're also going to need some batting. I cut mine to 5 by 9. And then you need your fabrics. So pretty simple. We're gonna use yellow for the swimsuit, and then I've chosen green. Sorry, I almost picked the wrong color. I picked green as my background quilting, and for today's quilting, I've chosen Orange Peel number 1 by Kimberbell Designs, and I'll add a link so that you know where to purchase it. It's a quick download, and I think that'll be really cute for the background. So I've chosen green for my background quilting. You can use any color that you choose. You can also use any quilting design that you choose, as long as it is 4 by 8. And Deidre asked a good question in the group this morning, and that was, why do we choose that size 4 by 8 when the design is only in a 5 by 7 hoop? So I went over that in yesterday's video, but a real quick answer is because you want the quilting to be the whole block, not just around the design. So it's hard to see in this picture, even though I used blue thread, but you want your quilting to be all the way. And the cut size of this block was 4.5 by 8.5. So that means we want our quilting design to be 4 by 8. So you can see on the back that extra 1/2 inch is just a 1/4 inch all the way around of our seam allowance when we sew all the blocks together. So 4 by 8, same with today. Our block is going to be cut down to 4.5 by 8.5. And so that means that we want our quilting design to be 4 by 8. Any quilting design 4 by 8. I'm going to use Orange Peel number 1. So that's the first part of our challenge today. Today we have 2 parts. So the second part is going to be another swimming suit number 2. And this one has this really pretty mint fabric as the background. Minty teal, I don't know what you call it. I think this is so pretty. So this is going to be our background fabric for the second swimsuit, and our applique piece is the orange dots. And then, as always, you need your batting if you're quilting in the hoop, which is what I'm showing you how to do. There was a full tutorial on yesterday's challenge. So 5 by 9 is what I cut mine to. It doesn't matter because you're going to trim around it in the hoop. And then you need the orange thread for the satin stitch around the swimsuit. And for this block, I've chosen pink for my background quilting. And again, I'm using Orange Peel. So I'm doing Orange Peel on both of these blocks. And the reason is because if you look on the guide on the back cover, the 2 blocks, the swimming suit number 2, here's one, And here's one. They're in different spots, so I think it'll be fun to have the same quilting design since it's the same block, basically, just different colors. So that's it. We're ready. Also, quick shout out. Good job to Erin, who completed her first block first, and then to Deidre for posting a question. And I just want to say that I'm really appreciative of this group. You know, we just started this group very short, just a week ago or whatever. And Kristen Creates, you want to make sure and join that group if you haven't already. It's a great way to be able to do group projects again. We haven't done that for a long time now, and I've missed you all. I've missed the camaraderie. I can post tutorials on YouTube and you guys can do the blocks, but there's no camaraderie, there's no sharing of information, and this is what I've wanted from the start. This has always been so much more fun to me. So now we get that back, and I'm just very thankful for all of you. Just a real quick clarification. We are doing swimming suit number 2, but we are doing 2 of them. So for us, it is block number 2 and block number 3, but we're not doing swimming suit 3. We're doing 2 blocks of swimming suit 2. What thread do you use for your appliques? I bought a big pack of like, I don't know, 180 threads or something. And so I use the colors that I wouldn't use often in appliques, like colors that are not widely used. I use those for my applique because keep in mind that you're not going to see the thread underneath satin stitching. And the key is that you want something that you'll be able to see easily for cutting. So yellow works really well, or any colors that you have lots of extras. Now that we're done with our quilting, just remember to keep it hooped. I'm using my 6x10 hoop. There's a tutorial for those that have a 5x7 hoop. But just keep it hooped, and you'll see that the design will come up right in the center of your hoop. Sorry, one-handed here. So you can see that the design, it doesn't matter as long as you keep it hooped. Just don't unhoop, don't change hoops, don't undo anything. Just keep it hooped and get started for your applique. it's time to do block 4 in our vintage boardwalk quilt. Hey everyone, Kristen Som here, and we are starting block 4. So we did block number 1, and then yesterday we did blocks 2 and 3. So now we are going to start on block number 4. It's on page 11 of our Kimberbell booklet for vintage boardwalk. And today it's a very simple one applique swimming suit number 3. So for today, we are going to need our pink wavy fabric in 6.5 by 10.5. So I want to make sure that you notice the direction of the fabric. If you cut it the wrong way, you're going to have wavy lines the opposite way. So you want to make sure that this is a directional cut. All right, and as always, I back my fabrics with fusible mesh stabilizer. You can see it keeps them pretty crisp and helps ward off puckers. So that's our background fabric, 6.5 by 10. And then our one applique piece is cut to 4.5 by 7. And it is this yellow wavy line, not wavy line, I don't know what you call it, cute little doodles maybe. Anyway, this yellow fabric for the bathing suit, our one easy applique. This is going to be a very quick block. Actually, all 3 of our blocks have been very quick and easy so far. So then you also want to have your batting. I cut mine to 5 by 9. And for today's block, I've chosen, so we're quilting in the hoop, and I've chosen lines 1. And the reason I chose lines 1 is because this is pretty busy fabric and we're really not going to see the quilting design very well. So I'm saving the prettier ones for the less busy fabric so that it'll stand out. This one we're really not going to see too much. So I'm just doing basic lines, lines 1 it's called. And you're going to want to do it in size 4 by 8 because our final cut size of this project is 4.5 by 8.5. And as always, that is what determines our quilting design. So 4 by 8, any quilting design you want in 4 by 8. I'm doing lines 1 by Kimberbell, and I'm doing it in the horizontal direction. So you could have the lines going this way, or you could have lines going this way. I'm doing it in the horizontal. So also, I am going to use a navy blue for my quilting. Like I mentioned in the very first video, I'm doing my quilting in a way that it will stand out and you can see it. I like that, and it makes it easier for the tutorials. You could use a color that's gonna meld into your fabric. It's totally up to you. And then we need our yellow for the satin stitching around our swimsuit. And that's it. I'm loving seeing everyone's posts with your completed blocks. So proud of you. I can't tell you what a rush that gives me. I get all excited. Oh, look, so-and-so finished. And so you guys are doing great, staying on target. We'll probably take a day off over the weekend, maybe, depending on, and as always, do it at your own pace. And we have time for catch-up days because I have a trip coming up soon. So anyway, that's it. Let's do it. Are you ready for block 5 of our vintage boardwalk quilt? Hi everyone, Kristen Som here. I'm heading out for a bike ride, but I wanted to do a quick little video for our project tonight. It is going to be swim trunks. This is our 5th block. It's swim trunks on page 12 of our vintage boardwalk guide. And this one's got a little bit of interesting things that we're going to have to be aware of. So first off, our fabrics are going to be the navy blue with white dots, and we're going to want that to be 8.5 by 8.5. And then our applique piece is this very light gray lined fabric. And again, you're going to want that directional, so you're going to want it to look horizontal when you cut it. And it is 5 by 6.5. And then we're going to want our cording rope that comes out of our embellishment kit. So now we need that embellishment kit. So cording rope, we want an 8-inch piece, and this one is going to be a little bit different since we're quilting it first, and I'll go over all the details as I'm working on the quilt. So I haven't completely decided for sure, but I'm leaning toward insect 2 for our quilting design today. Hold on now. I changed my mind. I did not use Dragonfly or insect 2. It didn't work out. So here, let me explain why. So see all these cute little bees around the design? I was gonna do the dragonflies. I thought that would be super cute, and it turned out you could see almost no dragonflies. There was almost no stitching showing because the shorts are too large. So backtrack, I ended up doing insect 1. I bought insect 2 and it didn't work out, so change in plan, do insect 1 or choose another design. So that's another thing to keep in mind, is that if the applique is really large, you want something that's going to show a little bit, right? You don't want it where all of the design is hidden underneath the applique. So the other thing I wanted to point out is that you can see on this design, there's nothing really having to connect too much. So if you did like plaid or wavy lines or orange peel, any of those fun ones, you're gonna have a lot of issues with trying to line it up. This one, it really does not need to be lined up. Any of the ones that have like separate little designs that it's not all connected, that it's not as difficult to line up. So for those that will need to do a double hoop for this 6x6 design, this one will be easy. So this is the one I chose. You can use any 6x6 design. You don't have to go with what I chose, but I'm explaining why I chose and then why I changed my mind. So those of you that were asking me, do you know ahead of time all the ones that you're gonna do? No, and this is why. So if you are using a 5x7 hoop, you're going to want to do a design of 6x4 and then the second hooping as 6x2. And I'll go over more of that. And then we'll need to talk about the cording. But other than that, it's a very simple 1 applique quilt block. So let's get started after a bike ride. Hey everyone, quick note, when you're cutting your stripes fabric, make sure that you either know what size hoop you're going to use or cut it the way I did it. So the directions call for 5 by 6.5. I cut mine 6.5 to 6.5, and you can probably guess why. That way I can use it in whichever direction that I want and not have to worry about it being the correct way. So the reason that I'm doing that is because I'm going to try something a little different on this block, and if it works out, then I don't want to have to worry about which direction that the shorts are. And the other thing is I opened this design up in embroidery software just to take a look at it, and the shorts are sideways. So most people, they designed it so that those using a 5x7 hoop, it will fit right. But since we're quilting it first, most of us are not going to use a 5x7 hoop, but those that the largest hoop is 5x7, you will. So you'll know automatically that your shorts are going to be turned sideways. So you want your fabric to make sure in that direction, right? I hope this makes sense. But for those of us that are going to use a larger hoop, we want to be able to either turn the design or turn the fabric or whatever. So since I'm going to do a little messing around with mine, I went ahead and I cut mine 6.5 to 6.5 just so that I have that option. So just a quick note to know which hoop that you're going to use ahead of time, and cut your fabric in a way that will work for that directional fabric. Hope that makes sense. Hey everyone, really quick tip. I've decided to use my 8x8 hoop. If you have a 5x7 hoop, you'll need to do 2 hoopings to get the 6x6 design. We need our quilting design to be 6x6. And if you have a 6x10 hoop, you'll actually need to take out steps 3 and 4, which are the placement stitches for the main fabric. Placement stitch and tack down stitch of the main fabric. That makes it 6.5 by 6.5. So it won't fit in a 6x10 hoop, but some machines will let you just bypass those 2 steps. Mine does not let me do that as far as I know. I can bypass it, but I can't load it into, I can't load that hoop. It'll say outside of the hoop size, but I think it's Bernina or Janome that will let you still put that hoop in and then just take out those steps. So anyway, if you have embroidery software, you can take them out, or you'll need to jump to a bigger hoop. So a 7x12 will work, 8x8 works great. That's what I'm using. And like I said, 5x7, you'll have to do 2 hoopings, and that'll work fine too. So anyway, quick tip. let's work on blocks 6, 7, and 8 in our vintage boardwalk quilt. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here. So we have completed 5 blocks so far in our vintage boardwalk quilt. You can see them here. So today we're going to start on blocks 6, 7, and 8. This is the quilt that we're working on by Kimberbell Designs. You can get the embroidery designs from your local quilt shop and the fabrics and embellishment kit and thread kit if you choose. So today we're going to do blocks 6, 7, and 8, which is a life preserver, and it's a very simple block. So we're going to need our 3 background fabrics for our main fabric here, and they're going to be cut to size 8.5 by 8.5, and as always I back them with fusible mesh stabilizer so that they're nice and crisp and no puckers. So on the one is the yellow dots, did you see that, and blue wavy, and you don't have to worry about the direction just yet because it's 8.5 by 8.5, so perfect. All right, so on the last one though, I want to point out that there are 2 fabrics that are very similar. I don't know if you can see that, but one has the lines a little bit darker and one has them a little bit lighter. And as I mentioned in a previous tutorial, you can see in the beginning of your book, it'll tell you each of the fabrics and which block that they go with so that you can confirm that you're using the right one. So I'll go ahead and tell you though, for this one, we're going to use the darker of the 2. So we're going to use this one, 8.5 by 8.5. That's for one of the life preserver backgrounds. And then we need 3 applique pieces, 1 per block. How simple is that? So actually, I'm sorry, it's 2. My mistake. So it's the main color and then the white for each of the 3 blocks. So red and white, orange and white, and blue and white. And the white is all the houndstooth, they're all the same. And these are cut to 5.5 by 5.5. And as always, I back them with fusible mesh stabilizer. Makes it really easy to cut also. The edges don't fray all over the place, all over your project. So those very simple applique pieces, and then you need your batting. I cut my batting to 7 by 7 for these blocks, and for the quilting, I've chosen, actually before the quilting, real quick, you're going to need your satin stitch colors. So orange, red, and navy blue. I'm using the lighter of the red. It doesn't matter. The houndstooth red has light red and dark red, so you could use either one. Totally up to you. And then I've decided on this maroonish, greenish, bluish for my background quilting on all 3 blocks. And I've also chosen Pebbles 1 as my quilting design today. Again, you can use any quilting design. So this block, we're going to square it off and finish it to 6.5 by 6.5. So that means we want our quilting design to be 6 by 6. As always, there's a 1/4 inch around for piecing it all together. And so that's how you determine what size quilting that you want to use. So if it is a finished size of 6.5 by 6.5, that means you want a quilting block that is 6 by 6. So I've chosen Pebble. I've never used that one before, and hopefully it'll be as cute as I'm thinking it will be with this life preserver. And again, I'm using this tealish, greenish, bluish teal color for my quilting design. It's called Sprout, and it's in the thread kit if you chose to get the optional thread kit for vintage boardwalk. So at the very end, after it's all quilted, after it's all done, after we even piece it together, we will add the embellishments for this one. So right now it's just do the applique pieces, and that's it. We're set. We're ready to go. And a quick note, as I mentioned in our previous block, this one is 6.5 by 6.5. So that means that our quilting design is actually 6.5 by 6.5. We're the quilting is going to be 6 by 6, but the design itself is 6.5 by 6.5, and that's because of the placement stitch for the main fabric and the tack down stitch of the main fabric. So what that means is that you're going to need a bigger hoop. So if you're doing 5 by 7, just like I mentioned yesterday, you would do a 6 by 4 design and a 6 by 2 design, and this Pebbles comes in that. You can easily do that, double hoop it, not a problem. Or you can do a 7 by 12 hoop. I'm going to use my 8 by 8 hoop. If you have a machine that you can bypass the steps, then you could use your 6 by 10 hoop. My machine does not do that. It says right from the start, nope, it's too big for the hoop. You can't use this hoop. So what I could do though, which is really simple, is use embroidery software and take out those 2 steps. So that's a very simple fix as well. I use Sew What Pro software. It's super user friendly. Use whatever works for you, or use a bigger hoop, and it's all good. What's today's challenge? Blocks 9 and 10 for our vintage boardwalk quilt. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here. We're continuing on our vintage boardwalk quilt, and today's challenge we are going to do blocks 9 and 10, which are the flip-flops on page 13 of our Kimberbell booklet. So today we will need, for each block, there's 2 different blocks. For the first one, we're going to use this light brown, tan, beige fabric. And like I mentioned in the other video, there's 2 of these, one with a darker print and one with a little bit lighter. We're again going to use the darker one. So you can always check to make sure you're using the right one. At the front of the booklet, it'll tell you flip-flops, and then it'll show a picture of the specific fabric. So our main fabric is 6.5 by 8.5, and as always I back it with fusible mesh stabilizer. And for this block we also need the pink. This is so pretty, I love this. It's got little stars on it. The pink fabric in 4.5 by 6 for the soles, and then a small piece. Make sure you get it on the white ones. It's hard to tell which side is the fusible mesh and which side is the fabric. So 4.5 by 3 for the straps. And then don't forget your batting. I cut my batting for this one 5 by 7. And then for our threads, I'm going to use the pink for the satin stitch around the flip-flop, and then I've chosen orange for my quilting on that block. And then for our other block we need this bright blue, also that flower design. I didn't even know it came in this bright blue. How pretty is that? I love it. And that's 6.5 by 8.5. And then our fabric for the soles is that green doodly flowery fabric, and that is 4.5 by 6. And again, the strap. So the strap is 4.5 by 3, and it's that white houndstooth. And then our batting 5 by 7. And for that one, I'm going to use the lime green for the outline satin stitch around the flip-flop. And I'm going to use this light gray. It's like the medium one. I think there's 3 grays in the thread pack that you get as an optional for this quilt, and I'm going to use this one. It is called Sterling, if I'm reading that right, Sterling, and I'm going to use that for my quilting. So as for the quilting, I've chosen geometric at this point. I haven't done it yet, so I'm going to make sure that it works right, but I pulled it up on embroidery software, and I just bought it this morning, and it looks really cute because it's got like a star design. So I thought that would be fun with the flowers of the flip-flops. The flowers we add on later, by the way. So for this design, we are going to finish the block off to 4.5 by 6.5. So that means we want a quilting design that is 4 by 6. Remember, you can use any quilting design that you want as long as it's size 4 by 6. And 4 by 6 is a hard one to find, but Kimberbell has it. So I'm going to do the geometric in 4 by 6. This will be blocks 9 and 10, and let's get started. Quick note, no double hooping needed on this one. The whole quilting and the design will fit in a 5 by 7 hoop. Look at how pretty that is. Oh my gosh, I love that. Very pretty. This will be a fun one. Are you all caught up and ready for block 11? Let's do it. Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here. It is time for block 11. Are you all caught up? Did you get a lot done over the weekend? It's time. So this block is called Tickets. It is on page 13 of our Kimberbell book for the vintage Boardwalk quilt that we're working on. And it's going to be an easy one today. So we just need one piece of fabric backed with fusible mesh stabilizer. It's that pink like awning, I don't know what you call it, little lines, and just make sure it's directional, right? So this is going to be cut to 4.5 by 10.5, and again, make sure that your stripes are facing the direction that you want them in. It should be like this. And then we're going to use our leather for the first time today. So it's this light green metallic embroidery leather, and it's already cut to the size that we need. We need 8 by 2.5, and it's already cut and ready. And that's all we need for today. And then of course our batting, I'm going to cut mine to 3 by 9, and our threads. So we need a thread as close to the embroidery leather as you can get it. This does not have a satin stitch. It's not going to cover up anything. So you want a stitching that is a thread that is going to not stand out too much. It should meld with the embroidery leather. And then we also need black, white, and gray, dark gray, for the details. And for the quilting, we are going to need, our final cut size is 2.5 by 8.5. So that means that we want a quilting design that is 2 by 8. I've chosen plaid for this one. I looked at several that I thought would be fun. Lines 1 would work really well in horizontal. That would match up with the pink stripes. So that one would work well. I thought it would be really cute to do that birthday banner one. I'm not sure what it was called, but it's got cute little birthday banner. I thought that would be fun. And then when I pulled it up in embroidery software, I saw that you really don't see the flags very much. So for this one, I don't think we'll have to save it for a different block. And then there's also one that has cotton candy and something else on it, and that looked really cute. That could definitely be an option, although we could save that for later also. So this one I'm just going to do a really basic one, and I've chosen plaid. There's definitely plenty of options. Just make sure that you choose one that is 2 by 8. And that's it. We do have specific cut instructions on this one, so I'll go over that as we get further along. Hey everyone, are you ready to continue working on the vintage boardwalk quilt? Let's work on block 12. Hi Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and it's time to work on block 12 of our vintage boardwalk quilt. You know what's cool though? Block 12 is our last applique block. We still have more appliques to do, but those are designated as vinyl blocks or some other classification. So we are in the last of our designated applique blocks. So I think that's pretty cool. We're getting really far along and we've only been doing this 1 week today. So number 12 is food stand. And this one has some special information that we're going to have to really pay attention to. So let's start by going over the basics. So we've got our gray with white dots as our main fabric, and that is cut to 10.5 by 12.5. And as always, I back it with fusible mesh stabilizer to ward off puckers and keep it nice and crisp. And then for our table, this is the table. We're going to use this stripe fabric, the red and white stripes. And this one we want cut to 6.5 by 4.5. And please notice it is directional. So you want the long part to be the 6.5 of the stripes going vertical. All right. So that's for the table. And then next we have the red with white dots, and that one is for the umbrella, and we cut it to 8 by 3.5. All right, and I do back all of my applique pieces with fusible mesh stabilizer as well. You can use heat and bond if you're going to iron the pieces on afterward. That works fine also. That's what I do for shirts. But for quilting, I generally just use mesh stabilizer on the back of the applique pieces. All right, and then lastly, our last fabric is the white houndstooth. And that one is for the umbrella accent. And we're going to cut it to 6.5 by 2. And again, backed with stabilizer. All right, and then we need 2 pieces of 4-inch cording. We're going to use that in our design, and after we tack them down, which we'll go over all the steps, but afterward we're going to need our water soluble stabilizer to keep them in place while we do the appliques. We'll go over all of that. So the other thing is we need our threads. I am using the Vintage Boardwalk official thread kit, and we are going to need white, red, and brown, which I just dropped. Sorry about that. The brown. And then I've chosen for the quilting, I'm going to use pink for my background quilting. And for the quilting, our final cut size of this design is 8.5 by 10.5. So we want a quilting design that is 8 by 10, and I've chosen Food 1, and I'm really excited about it. It's got like cotton candy and something else, and it'll be so cute for this food stand. That'll be a really fun one. So as far as the specific directions on cutting, so if you're not quilting, then you need to follow the directions in the guide for cutting. But since we are quilting, it's going to be a little bit different and actually easier. So for those that aren't quilting, you have to line it up in a way that you're going to cut it with, there's going to be a placement line, and again we'll go over all of this. But for us that are quilting, it's going to be a lot easier because we're going to move it down in the very beginning. After we do our quilting, we're going to move the design down so that the food stand is at the bottom of our batting, and then we have quilting up at the top. So the point is you want it to look like the food stand's not floating, it's down at the bottom. And if you joined me for Boulevard, that Boulevard pillow by Kimberbell, we did that on all the blocks. So this will be second nature to you, but it'll be easy, and we'll go over all of it. And so last night I had a friend over, my friend Christy came over, and we're working on another Kimberbell. Have you seen that Kimberbell tutorial I did? So I'm working on another one. It's obviously not done yet, but he's looking so cute already. So anyway, if you haven't made one of these, watch the tutorial. It's fun, and they're so cute. So anyway, off topic. So let's get started on food stand, our last applique block. We're just jamming along in this quilt and having so much fun with it. Okay, time to finally get this block started. So as always, we're going to do the quilting first. This one has some very specific instructions. I am using my 9x14 hoop. I've given instructions on how to do multiple hoopings with a 5x7 hoop. So let's go ahead and get this started. And if I didn't mention, if you have a 6x10 hoop, you could just do 2 hoopings instead of, I think it was 4 for a 5x7. So if you have a 6x10 hoop, you would want to do 4x10 twice, because your overall quilting, you want to be 8x10. I hope that helps. So we're about to start the quilting, and just like usual, center your fabric over the batting. You can see the placement line there. Just center your fabric. It's not your fabric that's going to move when you're using the large hoop. It's the design after the quilting. So we'll get there. Okay, so now that we have our quilting done, and oh my gosh, isn't that so cute? Oh, I seriously giggled while I was watching this stitch out. All right, sorry. So it says in the directions that we want our food stand to be at the bottom edge of the block. So for those of us that are quilting, it's so easy to do this. Okay, now that we have easily rotated our design, I want to show you that we go to these buttons to be able to see how to move it down. So the design will show right at the center of our design. You can see the center here. All right, so if we do these buttons, then it'll show us the bottom of the design. All right, so it just moves the needle to what is currently the bottom of the design. I'm going to move this up so that you can see. So the bottom of the design is up here, but we actually want it down here. And because this placement stitch is here, this is for the people that are going to use that line to know where to line up their background fabric. We're going to bypass that stitch because we don't need that. We've already got our background fabric placed. So, but since it's part of the design, we do have to be able to allot for it because it's part of the sizing, if that makes sense. So bottom line is, instead of the first stitch being up here, we're going to want it down here. So we first use these buttons like I showed you to have it go to the bottom of the design so that it's there on our machine. And then we're going to go up here to edit. Oh, sorry, we were already there. And go to move, and we're going to bring the design down using these buttons. So every time that we press this down button, it is moving our design down. And we're going to line it right up with the bottom of this placement line. This is our placement stitch for our main fabric. So we're going to use that as our guide for this first stitch, which we're going to bypass. But this will make it so that this part of the design, the bottom of this food stand, will be right at our batting line, which is where we want the design, because then we've still got our 1/4 inch seam allowance and we've got the design right at the bottom of our batting. All right, so it's so easy because all we had to do was move this out of the way, make sure I move it back before stitching, but you can move that out of the way. You actually don't even have to because you can feel where the batting is, but if you want to be really good with placement, you just easily move this under the needle and you can see exactly where to start the design. All right, let's do this. All right, as I mentioned, this first stitch is just for those that have not quilted before, so you can bypass that. You can stitch it if you want to, but it's probably a basting stitch that you could just pull out, but even if you didn't, it's going to be at the very bottom and it won't be, after we cut, you're not going to see it anyway. So it's up to you. I'm not going to stitch it. I'm sure you know how to bypass a stitch, but if not, you just go to this where it's got the plus and minus, and then go to the next step, which is that one. Oh, and by the way, so this is to hold down our fabric. Basting stitch to hold down your fabric. We don't need that either because we've already quilted. We're already stuck in the hoop, so we don't need that either. I'm going to bypass that one as well. All right, and then we go right to the cord placement stitch. our vintage boardwalk quilt. Let's do block 13, Drift Away. Hi Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and today we are going to start our sentiment blocks on our vintage boardwalk quilt. So the first one is called Drift Away, and we are going to use the white fabric with blue dots. And just keep in mind that there is one that's white with red dots, so you want to use the one that's white with blue dots. It's like a teal color. And then back your main fabric with fusible mesh stabilizer to ward off puckers. And then, and the size is going to be 6.5 by 6.5 for our main fabric. And then we want our batting, I cut mine to 5 by 5. You could do at least 5 by 5, a little bigger, it really doesn't matter. And then we need our threads. So for our threads, we're going to use our dark gray for the Let Your Cares wording. And then for the Drift Away, we're going to use a navy blue. It's navy blue, not black, navy blue for Drift Away. And then for that little swirl, a teal color is good. For our quilting today, I've chosen Wavy 2, and it's in the vertical and in size 4 by 4. And I'm going to use my lightest gray. Since we're doing a block that just has words on it, I don't want to overpower the quilting. So I'm just doing a very light gray just so that it'll show a little bit, but not too much and not overpower the words. And that's about it. So let's do this first sentiment block. Life is a beautiful ride, so let's work on that block. Hi Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and we are continuing with our sentiment blocks. So today we're going to work on number 14 because life is a beautiful ride. This is a great vlog for me. I love this one. All right, so I am going to go over the basics, and we have our main fabric, the background fabric, which is this light, I don't know what you call it, like lines all over it. And there's also a darker one, so just make sure you use the correct one. It's the lighter of the two. And the size for this one is going to be 10.5 by 8.5, and as always, back it with fusible mesh stabilizer. And then we also just need our batting, and I've cut my batting to 7 by 9. So at least 7 by 9 is all you need to know. And then for our threads, we need, for the Life is a Ride, we need a tealish greenish color. And then for the Beautiful, I think it's supposed to be red, but I'm doing the dark pink that is in the thread kit for Vintage Boardwalk. And then for the little swirly sign, it's dark gray. And then for this one, I have chosen lines 1, and mine is, I bought this one at when they first came out with the quilting, so mine didn't have an 8 by 6. The newer ones probably do, I'm not sure, but what I'm doing is I'm going to use the 8 by 6 in vertical, and I'm going to rotate it, and that's super easy to do. I'll even show you on the video if you need to do that, but I'm assuming that if you buy it recently, it probably comes with an 8 by 6, but even if not, you can rotate it. So I'm doing the vertical, and then I'm rotating it, and the size that we want for our quilting is 8 by 6, and I am going to use this light tan, and it's not in the Vintage Boardwalk thread kit. There is a light brown color that you could use, but I just wanted something that's going to meld in with the fabric because I don't want the quilting to take away from the sentiment on this one. So personal choice, do what works for you. So Beautiful Ride in 8 by 6 quilting. And lines 1 is what I'm using. Let's do it. Hey everyone, let's talk hoop size for just a minute. For this Life is a Beautiful Ride block, I'm going to use my 7 by 12. I changed my mind. So the design comes up sideways, and so that I don't have to rotate it, and I don't have to change my the direction of my quilting. So I am going to use the, what was it, 8 by 6 quilting, and it's sideways. I'm using the vertical lines, so it'll fit fine in my 7 by 12 hoop. If you're going to use a 6 by 10 hoop, then that will work too, but you'll need to remove steps 3 and 4 because those are the steps, placement and tack down, for the main fabric, and that's what makes the design become 6.5. What was it? 6.5 by 8.5. And so that won't fit in a 6 by 10 hoop. So the easiest way, if you're using a 6 by 10 hoop, is to just delete steps 3 and 4. That's up to you. Or if you're using a 5 by 7 hoop, then that's doable too. You would do 2 designs in 4 by 6, because 4 by 6 and 4 by 6 is going to equal 8 by 6. So you can do this design with quilting the entire block using any of these 3 hoops. You could also use your 9 by 9. Anyway, if you do use the 9 by 9, then you don't have to, then you will have to reorient both the quilting and the main design, but that's super easy to do. I've shown that on other tutorials. So you're all set. Choose your hoop. What do you need today? You need some vitamin C. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Somm here, and we are continuing with our vintage Boardwalk quilt. And today we are going to get some vitamin C. We're going to work on block 15, and for our block we need the white with teal dots fabric, and we're going to cut that to 6.5 by 10.5, and then the only other thing that we need is our batting, and I'm cutting my batting to 5 by 9. And then we need our threads. So you can use whatever threads that you want, but I try to match what's on here, and yet it's this little tiny box that shows the color. So, you know, use what you want to use, but this is what I've determined that the colors are. So for the all I need is a little will be orange. And then for the vitamin C, I'm using a dark teal. And then for the waves, I'm using this bright blue. It looks like it might be navy blue in the picture. I'm not sure, but I thought this would be cute. So I'm going with those 3 colors. And then for our quilting today, I'm choosing wavy 3. I think that'll be perfect for the waves that are already on the design. So wavy 3 in horizontal in 4 by 8. So our final cut size of this is 4.5 by 8.5, and that's what determines our quilting. So we want our quilting size to be 4 by 8. You can use any 4 by 8 quilting design. I'm going to use wavy 3 in horizontal, and I'm going to use this light gray again for my quilting, and that's just because all there is words on here. I don't want to have the quilting overwhelm the words. I want to be able to see the words. So I'm using a very light gray for my quilting, and that's it. So let's get started. And by the way, this is the last of our sentiment blocks. We're just jamming along. Quick note for the vitamin C block, if you're using a 5 by 7 hoop, you can do 2 hoopings of 4 by 4, or this will fit in a 6 by 10 hoop, or you can use bigger. ready to make blocks 16, 17, and 18 with our vintage Boardwalk quilt. Let's do it. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Somm here. After a short vacation, it's time to get back to our vintage Boardwalk quilt. I loved seeing how many people jumped in while I was out of town and really completed a lot of blocks and even started from the start. There's that one gal that did a whole bunch of them in like a women's retreat or something. How fun would that be? So anyway, great job everyone for getting so much done, and now we're going to move on. So it's time to do blocks 16, 17, and 18. That is the umbrella, and it's our first time using vinyl. And speaking of vinyl, I wanted to point out that when you pull it out of your embellishment kit, you might not notice it's two pieces. So make sure not to cut it until you take them apart and use the two pieces. All right, so for our quilt, what we're going to use today is this bright blue star fabric in cut size 6.5 by 6.5. And as always, I back them with fusible mesh stabilizer to ward off puckers. And that's the first one. The second one is this tan with darker brown lines. As we've discussed in previous videos, there's two of these, and you can see that one is lighter, one is darker, and we're going to use the darker one today. And you can always confirm that by the front pages of your booklet. All right, so that's what we need for our second one. For our third one, we need the red on red houndstooth. All of these are 6.5 by 6.5 and backed with fusible mesh stabilizer. And then we just need our vinyl. All right, so I wanted to show you what I did. This is 6 inches width. And so what I did is I just cut 4.5 inches by 6 and then cut them in half. So you have two that are 4.5 by 3, and then you need one more 4.5 by 3. So one for each of the blocks over the umbrella. And it's really easy to work with vinyl. Don't worry, you don't need a different needle. A lot of people ask me that, what needle did you use? I use the same needle for everything. I've worked on denim and vinyl and leather and felt, you name it, and I use the same needle. So if your machine is picky, then you can change to a different needle, but I haven't had any problems. So vinyl is easy to work with, don't worry. So I like to use tearaway just because it's convenient and it's really inexpensive on my quilt blocks. And people have asked me if they're more rough. My quilts hang on a wall. I don't use these decorative quilts as an actual quilt, so it doesn't matter to me, and I don't think it would be more rough or anything like that, but use what works for you. But for this block, I am going to switch to cutaway, and the reason I'm going to use cutaway is this one has a lot of embroidery. It's actually only 9,000 stitches, but it's a small 4x4 block, and so if you're going to use tearaway, my recommendation would be to double up to make sure that you don't get puckering, and to do that you just put it another layer under your hoop. But I'm going to use cutaway. You can use regular cutaway, or you can use the mesh cutaway. You wouldn't want the fusible kind, but just regular mesh stabilizer. Either of those in your hoop will work fine. And again, on the back of your fabrics is really helpful. So we have 3 of those to do. First day back from vacation, time to get busy. Let's do it. I know, I almost forgot the most important part. Sorry. So for our quilting today, our blocks, like I said, are 6.5 by 6.5, but our final cut size of those blocks are 4.5 by 4.5. And so we're going to use a quilting design that is 4.5 by 4.5. I opened this block up or this design in embroidery software and looked at different quilting designs to see what would look good with this one. And I've decided on Dragonflies. It's called Insects 2 by Kimberbell. Here's a link. So I'm going to use Insects 2. You could use Chevron. Chevron would look really cool on this block. Orange peel, because it looked like there's a cute little design inside of the umbrella that would match. use whatever works for you. The reason I'm using dragonflies is I bought it and I want to use it, and I looked through all the other quilt blocks and it didn't really go with any of the other ones, and it goes really nicely on this umbrella because if you pull it up in software, 2 of the little dragonflies are down at the bottom and the umbrella's up at the top, so it's not all covered. I don't like it when the entire quilting design is covered, so this one works out really well with that thin little stick of the umbrella and then the 2 little dragonflies on the side, and there's a little swirly throughout. So I'm going to use dragonflies in Sec 2. I think it'll be super cute, and you can use whatever you want, but you want to make sure it is a 4x4 quilting design. All right, let's do it. 19 is a bike. Are you as excited as I am? Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and we are continuing our progress on our vintage boardwalk quilt. And today we get to do a bike. I'm very excited. As most of you probably know, I am a cyclist. Notice my bike shirt. I love cycling, so I've been really excited to do this one. I have another one that I'm super excited about too later. All right, so today we're going to use this really pretty minty fabric that has spikes on it, and I want you to notice these spikes are directional. It doesn't look like it at first glance, but they are. So it's pretty easy. You want it to be 12.5 by 10.5, and you don't want the bikes upside down when you put it in your hoop. You want to make sure that the bikes are going the same way. All right, so it's going to be sideways in your hoop, by the way. And then we need a simple 3x3 vinyl piece. And I have chosen for our quilting today, keep in mind you can use whatever you like, but I am going to use Celebration. One of the gals in our group did use the Celebration on something else, and it was just so cute. And I've been wanting to use that one. So Celebration and horizontal, and I'm using the 8x10, and it'll feel like that's not big enough, but it is, because we are going to cut our block down to 10.5 by 8.5, and since we're using the horizontal version and our bike is sideways, it fits perfectly. Believe me, it's perfect. So if you're not doing the quilting, then you have special cut instructions. But since we're doing the quilting, we're going to do it right from the start. And the way that we're going to do it, like we have on a couple others, is we are going to quilt our block, and then we're going to move the bike design down. So when we want the bike to not look like it's floating, it's going to be 1/4 inch above, and I'll show you in the tutorial as we go. But Kimberbell puts in a placement line for those that aren't quilting so that they know where to put their fabric. And we're going to use that line to know where to position our bike. And it's just pushing it down like we did before. Super easy to do. And that's it. So let's go ahead and get started. And a quick tip for those using a smaller hoop, there are directions, actually there are files in the Vintage Boardwalk CD for double hooping this bike. There's 2 5x7s. If you're using an 8x12 hoop, you can do that. With the quilting, it'll be 8.5 like we discussed on previous blocks. And so you would have to take out steps 3 and 4, which are the placement and tack down of the main fabric. If you take those out, it will fit in your 8x12 hoop. I'm going to use my biggest hoop, 9.5 by 14. But again, it's really easy to use embroidery software. I use Sew What Pro to be able to take out those steps if I need to. And we've already shown you how to do the double hooping to line up your design when you have a 5x7 hoop. So you should be all set on that, but feel free to ask me questions, and let's do it. Also, this design with the quilting has 25,000 stitches, and so I'm going to use cutaway. You can use tearaway, but you'd want to double up on it, put a sheet under the hoop, and that's all. Hey everyone, so hubby had his TV on really loud and I couldn't make a video with sound. So I made a video and I'm going to try and dub in some instructions. So let's give this a try. All right, so on my machine, I go to the embroidery button, and what we're seeing first is the first part of the design is the placement stitch, and we don't need to stitch that placement stitch because we did our quilting first. So, but we are going to use it to make a placement for where our design is going to go, because like on another design that we've done before, we're going to move the design down. So I'm showing you that these buttons in the corner on my dream machine make it so that it will move the design down. At least actually at this point, it's just showing me where the design is going to go. So if I use that right button, it's showing me the bottom part of the design, and we want to be able to see where it's going to go. So that first point, it showed you that it is going to go toward the bottom, but not as nearly as far to the bottom as we need it. So we're going to move the design. So these buttons here show me how to move the design. So I went to edit and then to these arrow buttons, and I'm just moving the design down, and you can see here that the design is moving down, and I want it to go all the way down to that placement stitch at the bottom. It's like a basting stitch, and I want it all the way down there, and you'll see here. So there it is. It's at the bottom there. It's really in the perfect spot. I'm going to use that foot down button just to see exactly where it's going to go, and this is really good placement right here. And if you feel right there on your product, you can see that there is the basting underneath there, and then the 1/4 inch, and then the basting stitch. So we've got the batting, sorry, did I say that wrong? The batting, and then the 1/4 inch, and then the basting. And so that's exactly where we want this lined up. So I hope this makes sense. So here it is again, that placement stitch is at the very bottom where our basting stitch is on our design. And we want the tires right at the bottom of the design. So you can feel where your batting ends, right where I'm pointing, and that's where we want our tires to be. So we're going to use that placement stitch as our guide, and I've already gone over how to do that, and now it's in the right position. Click out of the edit screen, go back here and go to the middle, and it shows you on the design, see that little green crosshair? That's the middle of our design, and it'll show you now where the middle is of your hoop, of your hooped fabric. All right, so the middle is there, and when we click the right button, it's going to show us where the bottom of the design is. Since it's turned sideways, that's now the bottom, and you can see it's right on that basting stitch line. So it's right where it should be. Use the dirty nails. I cleaned my bike earlier. So that's all good. So this one is showing you the steps that we don't need if we quilted. So that placement is so that people that didn't quilt beforehand will know where to put their fabric. So we're going to bypass that step, and I'm just showing you how. I'm sure you already know how, but just in case, this is how I did it on my dream machine. I just go to this edit screen, move forward. See, we're right here. Oh, so this is what I'm showing you, that after that first placement, then it's doing a basting stitch, and we don't need that either because we've already done that on our fabric when we quilted. So we can bypass that one as well. And our first step will be the tires. Thumbs up, and here we go. quick thing to point out, if we did not quilt, then you would have to move your design down to, what is it, a quarter inch from the bottom edge. But since we quilted, where ours is already ready, and we can just use, see, this is why I do it upside down. Then I can see my quarter inch all the way around and line it up just right. And you can see that our bikes, hopefully you can see this, our bike tire is literally right on the bottom edge. We did this extremely well with moving it on our machine. So we're just going to go ahead and cut 10.5 by 8.5 all the way around with our quarter inch seam allowance, and we're all good. Look it. See our quarter inch seam allowance all the way around? And look at the tires right on the bottom edge of there. Perfect. And see all the quilting up at the top and the bike at the bottom of the quilt block. Perfect. Can't wait to see yours. If you are a quilt shop owner, make sure that you are adding a link to your shop in the Kristen Creates Facebook group. There's a link in the description of this video at the bottom. Underneath the video, there's a description with a link to the Facebook group. And there's a lot of people doing this so along with us, and a bunch just joined in. So make sure that you add a link to your shop so that people know where they can get the fabric kit, the CD, the thread kit, the embellishment kit, and we're having lots of fun. So make sure that everybody can purchase the supplies that they need. Tell me, do you call the vintage car a bug or a beetle? Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Somm here, and we are going to work on block 20 today. Can you believe how far along we're getting? So this is actually the last of our vinyl blocks. How cool is that? So we are just humming along, and today we are going to make the vintage car. So tell me, do you call this car a bug or a beetle? The one that's in this quilt. I'm curious. Tell me the answer. So today what we need is our main fabric, which is cut to 10.5 by 8.5. It's the yellow dots, and as always backed with fusible mesh stabilizer to ward off puckers. That's 10.5 by 8.5 main fabric. And then for the tires, we need the black with white dots, and it is 6.5 by 2.5. And even for my applique pieces, I do fusible stabilizer on the back. And then we need for our car. So remember, this is your quilt. You can do it however you want. And in the directions, it's going to have you use this very pretty orange florally fabric, which is great for this vintage car. But I am going to do mine just a little bit different. And sorry, I couldn't help myself, but I'm making mine pink with white flowers. And do you want to see why? Yes, that is actually my car. Mine is pink with pink flowers on it. And so I have to make mine a little bit custom on my quilt. Do yours however you want to. That pink fabric is not a Kimberbell fabric, and this orange dots, or not dots, floral will be super cute. So do whatever works for you. And then we also need a tiny little vinyl piece for over the windows, and the size of that is going to be 3.5 by 2. Can you even see that? for the windows. And then as always, we need batting, and I have had quite a few questions lately about the batting and what size to cut it. So let me give you a little information. So say our background fabric is 10.5 by 8.5, you could cut your batting the same size as that. That's a really easy solution to not have to worry about what size, but it will be a little big. And actually that's what I used to do, but you're just wasting batting. So what I do now, this is what works for me. If the final cut size is 8.5 by 6.5, then I cut it a 1/2 inch bigger than that. So it would be 9 by 7. So today's batting is 9 by 7. So it's just an easy way to remember a 1/2 inch bigger on both 8.5 by 6.5. So now 9 by 7. All right. In the Kimberbell directions, you can always refer to the Kimberbell quilting instructions, and there's a guide on there of exactly if you're doing this size, it's this size batting, this size, this size. So you can always refer to that, and that's easy to do. If you don't want to look it up every time, you could easily remember it. Actually, the way that they word it is a finished block like this one. A finished block would be 8 by 6, and so they recommend batting that is 9 by 7. So same as how I do it, they just word it a little differently. They word it as the finished block, which means after it's already sewn together, because then the seam allowance is gone. So finished block 8 by 6, then you want batting that's 9 by 7. All right, easy. I hope that makes sense. Keep in mind too, it honestly doesn't matter what size that you cut your batting to, because you're going to cut it, you're going to trim it. So step 1 is the placement stitch for the batting, then you lay it down. Step 2, it tacks it down, and then we trim it. So it really doesn't matter. Obviously you want to try not to waste it, and so that's why I cut it just to a 1/2 inch larger, and that's what is in the Kimberbell directions that I just looked up. So it's all good. It doesn't matter what size as long as it's at least a 1/2 inch larger. Got it? Does that help make sense about the batting? All right, so the other thing that we need is our threads, and oops, dropping my black. So we need black for the tires, white for the windows, and in the directions, I want to point out in the directions of this vintage car, it says that they put permanent topping under the windows, and the purpose of that is so that the yellow dotted fabric won't show through. So if you have permanent topper, go for it. If you don't know what permanent topper is, the only way that I know of it is what we used on Love Notes when we for our typewriter. It was underneath the buttons on the typewriter, and that came with our embellishment kit. Actually, I should look and see if there's some in our embellishment kit. My guess is not, but if not, I don't have any, so I'm not going to use it. Our fabric is backed with fusible stabilizer, so that will help to not have the additional colors show through. Do what works for you. So dark gray is for the bumper and the inside of the tires. And then you're supposed to use red for the surfboard. I've decided I'm going to use this pretty teal just because I want to. I think that'll be really cute. And keep in mind that my car is going to be pink, so I thought pink and red might be a little bit too much. And I'm using a Glide Pink from my own collection, not from the Vintage Boardwalk thread kit, because it matches my fabric that I've chosen. So again, do what works for you on that. And then for our quilting today, I'm going to use this pretty variegated thread. It is number 83 by Floriani, and I think that that'll be really cute for the background quilting. So on the quilting, I looked through several different ones. I knew I wanted a floral one right from the start. Before I even started on this Vintage Boardwalk quilt, I knew I wanted a floral design for the quilting behind the car. And Kimberbell has a couple really cute ones. There's an autumn one, I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but they made that for us right in time for us to do the Welcome Autumn as a group project, the bench pillow. So that one's super cool, but it's more autumn, so I didn't want to use that one. And then they have the Swirl 2, which is what I wanted to use. I was going to use that one. That one has daisies and hearts, and I thought that was just perfect for this block. Well, then I pulled it up in embroidery software to see what it was going to look like, and there's only one flower that shows. Everything else is under the car. So there's some hearts and it's super cute, but there's the point I wanted was flowers, and that one just wasn't going to work. So they have a new one, a new quilting designer, or at least new to me. I bought it tonight, and it's called Floral 1, and I'm going to use that one. I think that'll be really, really cute. And so we're going to use that in the 6x8 size. And as always, the reason is because our final cut size of this block is 8.5 by 6.5. And that's how we determine the quilting size, because we want 1/4 inch on each side for our seam allowance. And so that brings our quilting design to 8 by 6. So it's actually 6 by 8 because the design is turned in our hoop. So use whatever you want, but I'm going to use Floral 1 6 by 8. And that's by Kimberbell. It'll be a really cute one. One additional note on this, our car does float on this one. We've discussed it before with the bike and the food stand, I think, that we had to move them down to be able to have it look like it's not floating and it's down toward the bottom. This one, we don't do that. So leave it as is, centered in the middle of the hoop. This one does float. We've got a floating car, and mine's going to be a floating pink car. So that'll be fun. And I think that's it. We've got our thread, we've got our batting, we've got our fabrics and our vinyl, and we're going to finish our last vinyl block now. Let's go for it. All right, so just before you go searching, I went through my embellishment kit, and there is not permanent topper on there. So it's obviously just nice to have, not something required. If you look in your Boardwalk book, it says the sample was stitched with permanent topper placed before stitching the windows. So again, just a nice to have. If you have it, use it. If you don't, not a big deal. And especially if you make sure to back your main fabric with fusible stabilizer. All right, let's do it. One quick note, I am going to use my 7 by 12 hoop. It is a 6.5 by 8.5 design for the quilting. So that means that if you have a 5 by 7 hoop, then you will have to double hoop for the quilting. But that's easy. You could do a 4 by 6 twice. Easy peasy, 6 by 8. that? My dog is playing with a toy, a squeaky toy, while I'm trying to do a video. Do you want to keep seeing tutorials from Kristen Creates? Then all you have to do is click that little red button right there, the subscribe button. It'll make me and Archer very happy. Thanks, everyone. Are you ready to make the sunglasses block? Let's do it. Hi embroidery friends, Kristen Somm here, and today we are going to start on block 21 in our vintage Boardwalk quilt. This is the first of our glitter applique blocks. I'm pretty excited. So we are going to start with our green striped fabric. Notice it is directional, so make sure that it's going in the direction that you're intending. And as always, backed with fusible stabilizer. So that's our main fabric piece. And then for our applique for the sunglasses, we're going to use red with white dots in size 5 by 2.5. And as always, I back that with fusible stabilizer as well. And then from our embellishment kit, we're going to get that black glitter piece of vinyl, and notice it's already cut in the size we need, which is 4 by 2. And then make sure when you use this that you take off the top layer and just use the glitter sheet. All right, make sure to do that. And on that, we are also going to heat it up on the applique, and so make sure to have a pressing cloth. I use just an old pillowcase for that purpose. And then for our batting, as we discussed yesterday, we are going to use batting, and it's always a 1/2 inch larger than our final cut size. So our final cut size on this project is 2.5 by 4.5. So that means that our batting piece is going to be 3 by 5, 1/2 inch larger. Very easy to figure out. 3 by 5 batting. And I'm going to use my 5 by 7 hoop. And for our quilting today, I've chosen chevron for mine. I looked through several. Plaid would be super cute. Stripes would be cute. A lot of this block is covered by the sunglasses, so you don't want something super decorative and pretty because you're just not going to see it. So I think one that is more of a continuous line would be good. I was going to use plaid. I thought that would be nice, but we've already used it, and I want to use more of the ones that I've already purchased. If you haven't bought chevron, use plaid or divulge and get the chevron quilting. So for the chevron, we're going to use 2 by 4. And as always, the reason for that is because our final cut size is 2.5 by 4.5. We want a 1/2 inch shorter, smaller. So 2 by 4 chevron, and it's going to be in the vertical, and it's really going to come out horizontal, but the sunglasses are turned sideways in our hoop. So chevron 2 by 4 vertical, and we're going to use some of our threads from our thread kit. If you bought the thread kit for Vintage Boardwalk, we're going to need the black and the red. I'm using the darker. There's 2 reds in that kit. And then I've chosen this light tan that's in our kit for my background quilting. I was going to use dark gray because I wanted something to kind of make the glitter pop, so something a little bit darker, and then I ended up deciding on this light brown, probably because we haven't used it much yet, and I thought I'd use that. So anyway, I think we're all set, and let's go ahead and get started. One additional note is there is specific cutting on this one, but since we're quilting, it's going to be really easy for us. So the first step in this process is a placement for the people that aren't quilting so that they know where to put their fabric. And the second one is going to be a basting box. We're going to bypass both of those because we have it in our quilting and we don't need to move the design or anything like that. But When we're all done with the block, we don't want to take out the basting stitches because we're going to use that as our cut line for this block. So we've already got, and I'm checked, and the box that they have as our cutting line and the basting box for the quilting are both the same. They're the same size, same place, everything. So we're going to use that as our cut box. Hope that makes sense. We'll talk more about it in a bit. Hey all, should we make a couple of soda pop bottles? Let's do it. Hey guys, Kristen Somm here, and today we are going to make 2 soda pop bottle blocks for our vintage Boardwalk quilt, blocks 22 and 23. And what we're going to need today And this one does have some special instructions. So let's start with what we need material wise. So we need 2 of these green stripe block fabrics in 5.5 by 10.5, and notice they are directional. If you're doing it like the book, you want the stripes going horizontally. All right, so lengthwise. And we need 2 of those, and then 2 of our glitter vinyls, one in the pinkish purple and one in brown. And as always, don't forget to take off the top layer of the vinyl, all right, before you use it. And we are going to use a pressing cloth to adhere that, and I just use an old pillowcase. And then we need 2 pieces of clear vinyl. I seem to have dropped one of them. Clear vinyl in 2.5 by 6.5. And don't forget, there were 2 pieces in our embellishment kit, 2 long sheets. And when we used the first one, I showed you, I pulled it off in 2. So you do need your second sheet now, and cut it to 2.5 by 6.5, 2 of them, 1 for each block. And then for batting, as always, if our final cut size is 3.5 by 8.5, we want our batting to be a 1/2 inch larger. So 4 by 9 is what I use for batting. It can be any size as long as it's at least a 1/2 inch larger. And our final cut size on this is 3.5 by 8.5. So we want 4 by 9. That's what I'm using. All right, so special instructions for this one. I've chosen orange peel. But it needs to be either widened or narrowed. I've decided to widen it. So I'm using the 2 by 8 Kimberbell orange peel design, but then I am making it wider. All right. So I've shown you, I've made a little video on how to do that using embroidery software. You can also do it on your machine, depending on how handy you are with software versus machine, either way. But we need our design to be 3.5 by 8.5. The design itself will be 3 by 8 as usual, but with the placement and tack down of the main fabric, then it makes it a little bit larger. So 3.5 by 8.5. So we're going to use, I'm using the 2.5 by 8.5 design, and then just widening it. And this one has special cut instructions as well. And I pulled it up on software, and it turns out that it's exactly what we're going to use for our basting stitch. So we don't need to worry about all the special cut instructions. For those that are not quilting, they have to measure out from the center 4 1/4 to the top edge, draw a line, do all this. We don't have to do any of that because we are going to do it in our basting stitch. So, but make sure that you do widen your design, and it is not going to be changing the length, it's only changing the width, and that will give us our accurate basting stitch and our accurate quilting design for this block. All right, let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to use my 6 by 10 hoop, but for those that only have the largest as a 5 by 7, you can do the quilting design in 2 by 4 twice. But again, you'll have to narrow it for the quilting design to fit right. So, because we want our overall finished block to be 3.5 by 8.5. All right. Ready to make a seagull and with fringe? Let's do it. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and today we are going to work on block 24. It is our first of the fringe blocks. So we're going to make Seagull 1 today, and the products that we'll need are the light gray with white dots and backed with fusible mesh stabilizer. That's our main fabric, and the cut size for this is 5.5 by 5.5. And we also need our white houndstooth fabric backed with fusible stabilizer. That's for the actual bird, seagull. And then we need our batting. And as always, we want it a 1/2 inch larger than our final cut size. Our final cut size of this project is 3.5 by 3.5. So we're going to use a piece of batting that is 4 by 4. And I'm going to use, my 5 by 7 hoop for this, so no problems there. And for the quilting today, it's going to be a little bit tricky like our other one. I've chosen lines 2. I call them spooky lines. It came out at Halloween time, and they're just kind of like all over lines. And I thought that'd be really fun for a sky behind the bird. So the only thing is that we need a quilting design that is 3 by 3, and Kimberbell doesn't come in 3 by 3. So what I've done is I've taken the 4 by 4 and I reduced it, and you can do that on your machine. You can do it in embroidery software on your computer. It's very easy to do. Just make sure to do a save as so that you can use that quilting design in a 3 by 3 at a later time. So easy to do. And then we've got our threads. We are going to use white for the bird and for the fringe, and we'll go over the fringe. There's fringe at the top of his head using the bobbin stitches from the back, and we'll go over that. You've probably done it before, hopefully. It's pretty easy, and in fact in the directions it says to use a different color bobbin thread so that you can find it easily. That's my dog, if you heard that big sigh. Anyway, I don't do that. I find it pretty easy to pull up the bobbin stitches, but that's something that you can do, and I'll put that in the video notes as well. And then dark gray for his wing, and orange for his little feet and beak, and then black for his, throwing the black for his eye. So anyway, we've got our fabrics. Did I mention that this houndstooth is 3 by 3? I think I did, but just in case. All right, so fabric, batting, 5 by 7 hoop, our threads, and then lines 2 is the one that I'm going to use, and instead of 4 by 4 we have to reduce it down to 3 by 3. The final cut size of this project is 3.5 by 3.5, and we're going to cut it right on the basting stitch. Hi everyone, Kristen Som here. I didn't get to do this share the screen yesterday in the tutorial. I tried, but for some reason it didn't have any sound. So I'm going to try it again real quick. I only have a few minutes, but let's just give this a try. So I am using Sew What Pro embroidery software. As I mentioned, for the 3x8 quilting design, we need to alter the size because there isn't a 3x8. I showed on the tutorial how you can do this on your embroidery machine, but here's another option if you want to try embroidery software. If you have Embrilliance or some other, that should work as well. This is just what I use, Sew What Pro. I believe there's a free download, like a trial. I bought this years ago from SNS Computing, I think it's called, and it works great for me. It's just very user friendly. So anyway, real quick here. So I'm in Sew What Pro. I go to File, Open, and I find my orange peel. If I recall, I think I did the 2x8, and say no. All right, so you can see it thinks that we're going to use a 5x7 hoop. By the way, sorry, I keep looking up my bigger monitors up there. So right here, this little hoop looking button is to adjust our hoop size. So I'm going to change it to a 6x10 so that we can see it all. And then if I zoom out, then I'll be able to see all of the hoop. All right, so this is the 2x8 quilting design by Kimberbell. You can see it's actually 2.5 by 8.5. That's because of that placement stitch. See this outside here. The placement and tack down for the main fabric is what makes it larger. But the quilting design itself, which is step 5, you can see is 2x8. All right, so to widen it, this is all I did. I clicked on the design and then just widen the whole thing. And you can see up here, it tells you what you're at. So now we're at 3.5 by 8.5, which is really exactly what we need. So then you want to go up to the top to File, Save As. You always want to save as so that you're not wrecking the original file, because you'll want your 2x8 later. And then just change the wording to something that you'll remember. I'm going to change it to 3x8 test, because I already changed one. And this is just a real quick tutorial on how to do it on embroidery software. Easy peasy. And then, like I said, I showed you on my machine. I'm sure that each machine is different, but it should, you should be able to relate it to what works on your machine. I hope this helps. Don't be afraid of this block. It's a really fun block. The soda bottles, you just have to adjust the quilting design to fit 3x8. Time for Seagull 2. Let's do it. Hi Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and we are going to work on Seagull 2 today. Did you join the Facebook group Kristen Creates? We're having so much fun in that group making this vintage boardwalk quilt together. I hope you're joining in the fun. So today, Seagull 2, we need our main fabric as the light gray with white dots backed with fusible stabilizer in size 5.5 by 6.5. It's actually going to go that way. 5.5 by 6.5. And then we need our white houndstooth fabric, again backed with fusible stabilizer, and that one's going to be 3.5 by 3.5. And then our batting is the only last thing that we need, and I've cut mine to 5 by 4 for this block, because the final cut size is 3.5 by 4.5. So I always just cut my batting a 1/2 inch larger than the final cut size. So speaking of final cut size, that's also what we determine for our quilting design. So this one's going to be a little bit different. I've chosen lines 2. I call it the spooky lines because it's like these messy lines, and I think it's pretty fun for a sky. I think that'll be a good one for behind the bird. So What we need though is a 3x4, and Kimberbell doesn't have a 3x4 size, but we can easily adjust it, especially these lines, very easy to adjust. It's not going to distort anything. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the 4x4 size and then just smooshing it a little bit, right? That's the word, smooshing it. So you can easily do that on your embroidery machine, or you can use your computer and do it using embroidery software, whatever works for you. So once we do that, we can use our 5x7 hoop so that there's no double hooping or anything. For those that's their largest hoop, it'll work fine for this. And we're going to do some fringe like we did yesterday, and that's easy to do. It does say in the directions to change your bobbin thread, and I'll point in the directions when you're supposed to do that. I generally don't do that, so I'm just pointing it out that it makes it a little easier to find them and to pull them up, but I'll give all that information in pictures. All right, so Seagull 2, and it is our last fringe block. How cool. We are just yamming along. So block 25 today. Let's do it. Hi everyone, Kristen Som here. I didn't get to do this share the screen yesterday in the tutorial. I tried, but for some reason it didn't have any sound. So I'm going to try it again real quick. I only have a few minutes, but let's just give this a try. So I am using Sew What Pro embroidery software. As I mentioned, for the 3x8 quilting design, we need to alter the size because there isn't a 3x8. I showed on the tutorial how you can do this on your embroidery machine, but here's another option if you want to try embroidery software. If you have Embrilliance or some other, that should work as well. This is just what I use, Sew What Pro. I believe there's a free download, like a trial. I bought this years ago from SNS Computing, I think it's called, and it works great for me. It's just very user friendly. So anyway, real quick here. So I'm in Sew What Pro. I go to File, Open, and I find my orange peel. If I recall, I think I did the 2x8, and say no. All right, so you can see it thinks that we're going to use a 5x7 hoop. By the way, sorry, I keep looking up my bigger monitors up there. So right here, this little hoop looking button is to adjust our hoop size. So I'm going to change it to a 6x10 so that we can see it all. And then if I zoom out, then I'll be able to see all of the hoop. All right, so this is the 2x8 quilting design by Kimberbell. You can see it's actually 2.5 by 8.5. That's because of that placement stitch. See this outside here. The placement and tack down for the main fabric is what makes it larger. But the quilting design itself, which is step 5, you can see is 2x8. All right, so to widen it, this is all I did. I clicked on the design and then just widen the whole thing. And you can see up here, it tells you what you're at. So now we're at 3.5 by 8.5, which is really exactly what we need. So then you want to go up to the top to File, Save As. You always want to save as so that you're not wrecking the original file, because you'll want your 2x8 later. And then just change the wording to something that you'll remember. I'm going to change it to 3x8 test, because I already changed one. And this is just a real quick tutorial on how to do it on embroidery software. Easy peasy. And then, like I said, I showed you on my machine. I'm sure that each machine is different, but it should, you should be able to relate it to what works on your machine. I hope this helps. Don't be afraid of this block. It's a really fun block. The soda bottles, you just have to adjust the quilting design to fit 3x8. Blocks 26 and 27 are the beach bag in our vintage Boardwalk quilt. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and we are continuing our work on the vintage Boardwalk quilt. Today we're going to do blocks 26 and 27, the beach bag, and we're going to start with the pocket. So it's going to go in the order of the pocket first, and then in a separate hooping we'll do the quilting and then the bag itself, and by adding the pocket. So just so you know the order of things. So for the first thing that we need for our pocket is going to be a 4.5 by 8 piece of fabric. I did back it with fusible stabilizer just to ward off puckers and to keep it nice and crisp. But we are going to fold this in half. Notice from this width-wise in half, wrong sides together, and so that we have this nice crisp edge. So you're going to want to iron this down, and notice that it's directional. So deciding on how you want your pocket to look, I'm having my waves go sideways or horizontal, just like in the booklet. So this is 4.5 by 8, folded in half, and directional fabric. All right, and then for our main fabric, after we finish our pocket, we're going to use this light tan with lines on it and backed with fusible stabilizer to ward off puckers. And this one is going to be in 6.5 by 6.5, and we will put our pocket on after. So make sure you do your pocket first hooping pocket, and we'll go over all of that in pictures as we work on the block together. So 6.5 by 6.5 for our main fabric. And as always, we need batting. So since our final cut size of this project is 4.5 by 4.5, I'm cutting my batting to 5 by 5. And then as far as quilting, so we're going to quilt this part. We're not quilting the pocket, but we're going to quilt this part. And my recommendation is any quilt design that is I don't know what you call it, the one that goes all the way to the edge. All right, so I've chosen chain link, and the reason is because the pocket is going to take up most of this block. So if you're doing one that is more decorative, and it'll probably be covered by the pocket. So I'm doing one that goes all the way to the edge, and I've chosen chain length, and the size that we want is 4 by 4 because our final cut size of this project is 4.5 by 4.5. So we want a quilt design that is 4 by 4. And one really important thing is that there is an updated file, an updated design for this block. So you need to go to Kimberbell and download the update. So I will add a link, in fact here, let's give you a link right here. And you want to go to this site and download the update before you start on this block. This is one, if you look on the Kimberbell website, they have product updates from time to time on various of their items, and this one is one of them. So you want this update. All right, so then we need our threads, and I am going to use the darker pink for the bag, and then I'm using this greenish teal for the glasses, the sunglasses. We also need black. I forgot to pull that out of my box, but black for the lenses of our sunglasses. And then I've chosen this lime green for my quilting. And again, I'm using chain length 4 by 4 for my quilting today. And that's all for the first bag. And then we need to do a second bag. So on the second bag, we have, again, 4.5 by 8, and it's this red fabric with large white dots, backed with fusible stabilizer, and then ironed in half, because we're going to use this crease as the top of our bag, and we'll go over that as we get started. 4.5 by 8 for the pocket, and then 6.5 by 6.5 for the main fabric of the second bag. And again, your batting, which is 5 by 5. Excuse me. So for that one, I am using red for the pocket for the bag itself. And then, excuse me, a tealish, minty tealish color for the sunglasses, black for the lenses. And I'm using this light minty color for my quilting on the blue background main fabric. All right, so, and then I am using my 5 by 7 hoop for this one. It will fit just fine, so there's no double hooping or anything. And again, chain link 4 by 4 is the one that I am using. You can use any quilting design that's 4 by 4, and preferably one that goes to the edge, since the pocket bag is going to take up a lot of the block. All right, there's my dog. All right, let's get started. Did you download that update? Don't forget, just want to make sure you remember, download the update. It's for the part 1 of the beach bag. Don't forget to download that. Have you ever ridden on a tandem bike? Well, let's make one at least. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, continuing on our vintage boardwalk quilt. We're getting really far along, very exciting. Today we get to work on a tandem bike. It is block 28. Have you ever ridden on a tandem? So I think I did as a little kid with my sister, but very random. But I have a funny story about a tandem bike. So I was doing a double century big event ride, and I don't know, far into the ride when we were all exhausted and it was really hot, I'm riding along and a tandem bicycle goes by me and there's only one rider on it. And I'm thinking, uh-oh, something's not right. And so I yell out to the guy, "You're missing someone." And he like stopped real suddenly, and you saw him loop around, and he had to go back to the last rest stop. He left his his other person that was supposed to be on the back of the bike and just didn't even realize that she wasn't there. It was comical. Like, we all laughed about that for the longest time. It was pretty funny. It gave us all this little jolt of power again, you know, to have something funny happen. So anyway, back to this block. So today, block 28, and what we need for today, this tandem bicycle, and I just dropped the batting. Hold on. Sorry. Anyway, so we're going to use this very pretty mint fabric with bicycles on it. Notice that the bikes are directional. So we want this to be 12.5 by 10.5. Choose which way that you want your bikes. I have mine going this way, if that helps. So 12.5 by 10.5, as always, backed with fusible stabilizer to ward off puckers. This one is a big embroidery block, so you want to make sure to use your basting stitch. I tend to not always use it, but you're going to want it on this one. And since it's embroidery instead of just applique, you'll have more of a chance of puckering. So make sure to use a fusible stabilizer on the back. Your batting will help. We'll talk about the batting in a second. So 12.5 by 10.5, pretty mint fabric with bicycles on it. I love it. And then for our pocket, we're going to make a pocket again today. And our fabric is the pink stripes. Having a hard time opening it. 3x3, and we're going to fold it in half. Sorry, my throat. 3.5, or sorry, 3x3, and fold it in half. And thankfully you don't have to worry about how you cut it because it's 3x3, all the same size. So cut it in the direction that you want your stripes to go. That's for the pocket. Everything else will be embroidery, so we're going to need lots of thread colors. I didn't pull them all out today, but grab your whole little kit and be ready. And then for our batting, our final cut size of this project is 10.5 by 8.5. So I'm going to have my batting be 9 by 11. So 9 by 11 batting. And for the quilting today, I've chosen Swirl 2. That's the really pretty one with daisies and hearts that I wanted to use on the original bike, but decided that not enough of the quilting was going to show. Actually, I wanted to use it on the car, the vintage car. So now I'm going to use it for my tandem. You can use any quilting design that is 8 by 10, because again, our final cut size is 8.5 by 10.5. That means you want a quilting design that's a 1/2 inch shorter, smaller, so that you have your 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around. So 8 by 10 on the quilting design. I'm using Swirl 2 in 8 by 10, and we are going to have to move our design down on this one. So we want the bike tires all the way down at the bottom. We'll have a lot of quilting up at the top, so that'll be really nice, and I'll go over how to do that specifically. I'm going to use my biggest hoop. It's 9.5 by 14. For those that only have a 5 by 7 hoop as your largest hoop, you can still do this easily. There are 2 designs on the CD that have 4 5 by 7, so that you'll be able to just do half of the tandem bike and half of the tandem bike, and the 2 5 by 7 files. And then for the quilting, if you're using a 5 by 7 hoop, that's easy too. You would do a 4 by 6 twice, like 4 by 6 down at the bottom and 4 by 6 down at the bottom, and then 4 by 4 up at the top and 4 by 4 up at the top, so that it equals 8 by 10. Got that? I hope that makes sense. I think that's it. Like I said, we are going to have to move the design down. We'll go over that. Lots of threads needed. I'm using tearaway stabilizer. I might add an extra sheet underneath depending on the number of stitches. I didn't check that beforehand, but usually if you just use your basting stitch, that helps a lot. So I think we're all ready. Let's make a bike. Oh, I see my bike shirt. Cute, huh? All right, let's make a tandem bicycle. And tell me if you've ever ridden on a tandem. I'm curious. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe. We're about 220 away from being an official YouTube channel. So that'll be pretty cool. So tell your friends, subscribe to Kristen Creates YouTube channel. There's a link, by the way. There's a link in the description of this video, or down at the bottom. I think it's on this side. I don't remember. There's a little button to subscribe. Hi everyone. So I wanted to give a little tutorial on how to alter today's quilting design. We're going to work on the tandem bike, and our final cut size of this project is 8.5 by 10.5. So that means that we need our quilting design that's 8 by 10. I've chosen Swirl 2 in 8 by 10. I'm going to use my largest hoop. But for those of you that have a smaller hoop, we're going to go over some specifics. So starting with the largest hoop, because keep in mind that we need to move this design down. So I'm going to just show you my screen here, and I'm going to be looking up just because my monitor is bigger than the little one that has the camera. So excuse that. But anyway, let's go ahead and get started. So I'm using Sew What Pro. You can do this with any embroidery software. I'll also try and show how to do it on your machine with pictures, but for now, using embroidery software. And again, I'm using Sew What Pro. So up here it says Sew It Pro at the top, go to File, Open. And we're going to start by finding our quilting design. So my quilting design is in Sewing, Stipple Files, Kimberbell. All right, and then it's the Swirl 2. And like I said, in 8 by 10. All right, so it automatically thinks that we're going to use a 5 by 7 file. So we go up here to this little hoop and adjust the hoop size. And I'm going to put in my 9 by 14. Actually, I'm going to start with my 8 by 12 just to give you some information on this. So if I were to put 8 by 12, see how the box over here is outside of the hoop. That means that it's too large. And moving this out of the way. So you can see here, 8.5 by 10.5 is the size. And the reason, we've talked about this before, the reason is this size, the 3 and 4, which is the placement and tack down of the main fabric. Those are the ones that make it 8.5 by 10.5. Whereas the quilting design, which is step 5, is 7.83 by 9.83. So basically 8 by 10. So that's, you can see, so an easy way, if you have an 8 by 12 hoop, an easy way is to bring this into software and right click on, yeah, see, it's telling me it's not going to fit in this hoop. So we're just going to say no for now. So what we would do is simply right click on step 3 and delete this thread, delete number 3 because it took away 4. All right, so now it fits. Now we're at 8 by 10. We're still right at the edge here, and actually depending on your model, mine is a brother, and the brother hoop that's 8 by 12 is not actually 8 by 12. It's a little bit smaller than that. So then you would have to reduce this a bit. I'm going to move this down a little bit so you can see these buttons. All right, so to do that, you would just click on the item, which then it's got all 3 of the steps, and go to this resize button up here and bring it down, say 95%. You could probably even, let's do like 96. All right, and then look, we're right within the parameters. So now we're at 7.68 by 9.60. So that's the easy way, very, very easy way to make this work for an 8 by 12 hoop. So those of you that have an 8 by 12 hoop, take out steps 3 and 4. That makes it too large because of the placement and the tack down of the main fabric. And you don't need that. It's a nice to have, but you're just going to center it over your batting and tape it in place. That works just fine. You can do that easily if you have an 8 by 12 hoop. So you also will have to reduce it a little bit, and you can do that on your machine if you prefer, or you can do it in embroidery software. If you have found a way to take out steps 3 and 4 using just your embroidery machine, share, because I don't know how. As I've mentioned before, I got my machine right before COVID hit, so I haven't taken any classes on it or anything. I figured out all kinds of stuff, but I haven't seen where I can take out certain steps of a design. So anyway, all you have to do is take out steps 3 and 4 and then reduce it just a little bit. We did 4%, and that made it fit just perfectly within the hoop. So that works great. Again, remember to do a file save as. So you could file save as, and then just give it a different name. You could say smaller, or 8 by 12 hoop, or put your name on there, whatever, but you don't want to do a save because then you're changing the actual file, and you might want that actual file at a later point. So I always do a save as. All right, so that one's done. 8 by 12, folks, you know how to do it. All right, now let's move on to, actually, we also still have to, well, we can do that with we need to bring in the bike design and show you how to move it down. And we've done that once before, so you should be good, but just in case. So again, file open, swirl 2, 8 by 10. And I'm going to do the original one because, like I said, I'm going to use my largest hoop, and then go up here to this hoop button, and I'm going to use my 9 by 14. If I can find it, right here, 9 by 14. All right, so mine will fit just fine in my hoop. If you go, I'm gonna move this up. If you go down here to this zoom button, you can zoom out so that you can see the whole thing. Just a quick tutorial for those using embroidery software. All right, so here we've got our swirl 2, all 5 steps. As always, the placement of the batting, tack down of the batting, placement of the main fabric, tack down of the main fabric, and then our actual quilting design. So we're all good on the quilting. Now we need to merge in our bike. And I've shown you how to do this on your machine and to move it down. You can easily do that, but another option is using software, especially for those that have a hoop issue. All right, so then you would go to File, Merge, and bring in the bike design. And we're working on the Tandem bike today. So Vintage Boardwalk, Embroidery Files, Pez, Vintage. All right, and it's called the Tandem bike. 6 by 10 tandem bike. All right, so as you can see, it automatically brings it to the middle of the file and we want it down at the bottom. So it's already clicked on, we can just move it down. And what I like to do is move it down to this basting stitch down at the very bottom. That works as a really good viewpoint to see where we want to move this. All right, so it used to be that you could just move your mouse to zoom in and out. I hate that it changed on Sew It Pro, but anyway, all right. So after step 5, because we know step 5 is our quilting, after step 5 is that first placement stitch, and that's the one that we want right on that basting stitch. We're going to bypass it because we've already got it in our quilting, but it's a good tool to be able to line up. So for those that are using the 8 by 12, you could line it up first before you take out steps 3 and 4, but don't forget that you also need to reduce it. So what's step 7? Step 7 is also a basting stitch and we don't need that either. So we'll bypass that as well. So you can just take them out. I'm going to leave them in just so that I remind you to bypass them when we start taking all the photos. I haven't stitched my bike yet. All right, so again, here's our placement stitch for those that are not quilting at first. That's their placement of knowing where to put their fabric, but our fabric's already there. So we're just using it as a guide of where to move our design down. So you can see from this photo that all this quilting is up at the top and around the bicycle. It's really a great design for this. And it's a little bit through the spokes and all that. So this is great. So for those using a 5 by 7 hoop, I mentioned in the tutorial that you're going to use a 4 by 6, a 4 by 6, a 4 by 4, and a 4 by 4. And so that's easy to do. You have to do each one separately, and then you also have to use the bike in 2 separate files. And that's already set for you. It's on the Kimberbell CD. So, and we've gone over how to do that as far as merging and lining it up just right in the design. It's already in the design, so you'll be all set. Let me know if you have any questions, but this was just a real quick tutorial on how to make it work for an 8 by 12 and how to move the design down for everybody, because we all have to move this design down. And I think we're all set. want to make some calorie-free cotton candy? Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here. Do you like cotton candy? I love cotton candy. I love pretty much all sugar. My saving grace is that I don't like chocolate. But everything else, I love sugar. It's my big downfall. Anyway, today we're going to make some cotton candy that is calorie free. And the reason is because it is our block for the Vintage Boardwalk quilt. So this is blocks 29 and 30. And the products that we're going to need for today are this dark gray with big white dots fabric backed with our fusible stabilizer. And the size on this is 6.5 by 8.5 for this main fabric. And we need 2 of them, but different. This one is the light gray striped, also in 6.5 by 8.5, because we're making 2 blocks. So one in the dark gray with big dots and one in the light, it's white with light gray stripes. 6.5 by 8.5. And then for our chenille, we need this pretty pink star fabric, and we need 8 of them, 4 for each applique piece. And these you do not want to back with fusible stabilizer. You want to leave them as is, because we're going to use these to make our chenille. This is the first of our chenille blocks for our Vintage Boardwalk quilt. So we need 8 of these, 4 for each block. And these are going to be cut to 4 by 5, 8 of them, 4 for each block, 4 by 5. And then we need our batting. And since our final cut size on this is 4.5 by 6.5, that means that we want our batting to be at least 5 by 7. I generally do a 1/2 inch larger than the final cut size. So 2 pieces, 1 for each block, 5 by 7 for our batting. And then we need our threads. So for our threads today, we're going to use pink, light pink for the cotton candy. This is from the Vintage Boardwalk thread kit, light pink. And then for the stand, I think that's what it's called, we are going to use a dark gray, and then I'm using a light gray. I can't tell from the picture if it's light gray or white, but I decided on dark gray and light gray for the stand that holds the cotton candy. And then for our quilting today, since our final cut size is 4.5 by 6.5, that means that we want a quilting design that is 4 by 6. So I'm going to use Food 1. We used it on another block, and this is that cute one that has cotton candy and popsicles, I believe it is. So this will be a fun one for these 2 blocks. And I'm going to do one with red for my quilting, and then one with orange for my quilting. I looked at the quilt blocks and where they're going to go, and they're next to blocks that have red and orange. So I thought that'd be kind of cute to pull out those colors. So Food 1 in 4 by 6, it's an instant download from Kimberbell and very easy to do. We've been doing it all along on these blocks. So these are blocks 29 and 30. We're really close to finishing up this quilt for the top blocks anyway. So I think that's it. One last thing is we are going to chenille these. As I mentioned, all of these pieces of fabric are to do chenille, and I use a toothbrush. You can use, there's an actual chenille tool. You can use that. You can use an emery board. There's several things you can use. I just use an old toothbrush. That works for me. So we'll go through all the rest of the notes in photos, and let's get started making some calorie-free cotton candy. it's time to make our last applique blocks for the Vintage Boardwalk quilt. Want to see what they are? Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Somm here, and we are working on our Vintage Boardwalk quilt. Today we are doing the last of our fringe blocks, but we're also doing the last of our applique blocks. Sorry, somebody's sending me a message. I'm reading it. So the last of our applique blocks, oh my gosh, I can't believe we're so close to the finish line on this. So today we are going to do the 2 palm trees. These have some very special instructions, both for cutting and for our quilting. And the reason is because our final cut size on this is 4.5 by 12.5. So none of the quilt designs by Kimberbell go to 12.5 inches or to 12. We would need it to go to 12. And the biggest that they have is 10. So we're going to do some manipulating. So I'm going to give you a couple options, so don't be worried. I'll give an option for those that want to do a little learning of a new technique, or for those that want to just keep it simple, we can do that too. All right, so let's get started with what we need for these. There's 2 palm tree blocks, so we need 2 of our main fabrics. They are going to be cut to 6.5 by 14.5, and one is the yellow with large white dots, and the other is a yellow with white swirlies. All right, so both of these, for one for each block, 2 blocks of the palm trees in 6.5 by 14.5. And then we need this light tan with the stripes or crazy lines on it. I don't know what you call it, but there's 2 of these in our fabric kit, one with the darker and one with the lighter. We're going to use the lighter. This is for the trunk of the palm tree, and we're going to cut these to 1.5 by 7. And as always, I back these with fusible stabilizer. Same with our main fabric, backed with fusible stabilizer. That helps ward off puckers. It also makes it a lot easier to cut the applique pieces. I don't know if you've noticed that. Then the edges don't fray and get all messy and get in your way. So 1.5 by 7, 2 of these, one for each block, both for the palm tree trunks. And then we need our chenille pieces. So we need 4 for each block, and it is the gray, cute little flowery, or not gray, sorry, green flowery fabrics. And we need 8 of these, 4 for each palm tree, because we're going to use these as our chenille pieces. And these are cut to 5 by 5. You do not want to back these with fusible stabilizer. Leave them as is, so that we can use them for our chenille. 8 of them in 5 by 5, 4 for each palm tree. And then we're going to need our batting. So since our final cut size of this project is 4.5 by 12.5, we want our batting to be a 1/2 inch larger, which would be 5 by 13. So at least 5 by 13 on your 2 pieces of batting, one for each block. And then, as I mentioned in the cotton candy block, we are going to chenille these. So I use an old toothbrush. There is a chenille specific brush. There's also an emery board that you can do. Whatever works for you. I just use an old toothbrush and it works pretty well. So as far as the quilting for this one, so like I said, I'm going to give you a couple of options, and I'm probably going to make a separate little side tutorial on how I do that, because this one, like I said, is a little bit more involved. But it's our last one, so stay strong. We're close to the finish line. So I'm going to use Insects 2, which is that cute little dragonflies, and I'm doing that because it is a standalone design. I don't know what you call it really, but it's not one of the ones that goes to the edges and has to be lined up. It's not like that. It's just kind of swirly. Here we go, and here's a few dragonflies, and I think that that will be much easier. But again, we do need to make some changes. So since there isn't one that is 10 inches, or not, sorry, 12 inches long, the largest we can use is 10. So instead, what I'm going to do is a 4 by 6 twice, and that will equal out to the 12 inches that we need. So it also makes it easy for those that are using a 5x7 hoop, because we're going to do the same thing as you. So for the easier option, you could do lines. You could do, if you did lines that went vertically, then you would just stretch them. That would be a really easy fix. Anything that you just stretch, if you have that large of a hoop. So you need it to go to 12 inches. So if you have an 8x12 hoop or anything that's going to go that long, then you can just stretch a design, and that's a really easy fix. One hooping, done and done. Like I said, I'm going to do a double hooping just for those. I saw that several people have recently jumped into embroidery software. So I figured this is a nice little, here's another option. Okay, so either way, I'm using Insect 2, which is the dragonflies. You can use lines, you could use anything that doesn't need to be lined up. Actually, that's only if you're going to double hoop. If you're going to do one hooping, you could do plaid, you could do whatever, and just stretch it. Just know that in most cases it can be distorted, but if you do lines, I don't believe it would, especially if it's vertical. So anyway, palm tree, let's do 2 of them and let's get going on it. I forgot to mention threads. So we're going to need the slime green for the leaves of our palm tree, and then we need a light tan for the trunk of the palm tree. As far as the quilting, I think I'm going to, and I'm not sure yet, but I'm leaning toward orange on one of them for the quilting, and then the minty color for the other dragonflies quilting. So that's what I'm leaning toward. And I think that's it. I think we're ready. Let's finish up our vlogs. Hi, Kimberbellas. So a quick tutorial using embroidery software for the quilting of the palm trees. So we need to have a quilting design that is 4x12. Excuse my dog sighing. 4x12, and Kimberbell, the largest size, is 4x10. So it's really easy. I'm going to show you a couple of options, and I'm going to show you using embroidery software. I know a bunch of you have recently jumped into using embroidery software, and I've been showing you both on the computer and on the embroidery machine. So let's just see how this works. So I'm sharing my screen. I've opened Sew What Pro. That's the embroidery software that I use. And I'm going to go to File, Open, and find my quilting designs that are sewing, stipple files, Kimberbell quilting. All right, so I want to show you a couple options here. We want to, let's see, we need 4x12. All right, so see, if I open this 4x10 in, what did we open? Was it vertical lines in 4x10? And then we always change the hoop size because it automatically opens to 5x7. So up here, this little button that looks like a hoop, and then we'll go to, we could do, let's do the bigger hoop. I know a lot of you have the 8x12, so let's do that. So in an 8x12 hoop, and then down here there's a zoom button to zoom out so that you can see all of it at once. All right, so there is vertical lines in 4x10 quilting design by Kimberbell. So a really easy way to make this fit in your 8x12 hoop and make it into a 4x12 quilting design is just to click on this file. I'm going to zoom out again and then drag it. So we're making it longer without making it any wider because it's already 4 inches wide. All right, so I'm going to move this screen so you can see the sizing. So now we're at 4.5 by 11 3/4. And as you know from previous tutorials, if you have an 8x12 hoop, you don't actually have 12 inches of space to work within. So, but that's fine. This would work great. Ideally, you want it to be 4.5 by 12.5 to really fill up the whole block. But this would work fine, because those of you that have an 8x12 hoop, you have to reduce a little bit anyway to get it to fit within your hoop. So right here, you have a very easy solution, super easy to do. And you could easily do this on your embroidery machine. You would bring it to your embroidery machine and just lengthen it. We've done that before on other blocks. And this lines is easy because it's not going to overlap. It's not going to get thicker, or, it's not going to distort. That's the word. It's not going to get distorted at all. It'll just make it longer lines. So this is a super easy solution for those that want an easy one. All right. So that, and if you have a larger hoop, you could do this in your larger hoop and make it actually 12.5. So as we've discussed before, the first one is the batting placement line, and the batting tack down line is number 2. Number 3 is the placement line for the main fabric. And number 4 is the basting stitch. So number 5 is our actual quilting design. And you can see our actual quilting design is 3.5 by 11.5. It's not even actually 4. That's kind of interesting. You could widen it. I'm not sure why it's only 3.5 when it's a 4 by 12 design. Anyway, it's up to you. You can widen it to be the full 4 inches. So what I like to do is I like to then merge in, file, merge, and open up the design that you're going to work on so that you can see what it's going to look like. Vintage Boardwalk. And then embroidery files, quilt. All right, so it is the palm tree, 6 by 10. All right, so then you can see it here, and it does fill up the block, and the placement line, or the basting box for the fabric, which we don't need because we have it in our quilting, that equals out the full width of the quilting design. So I wouldn't change the width. So you can see this is just great. And then, as always, not always, sorry, on some of these, we've had to pull the design down, and we will have to do that on this one. And again, that's really easy. You would just move this down, and preferably right down to that basting box right here. So let's see, go down a little bit more. All right. And you can see that, as always, for the 8x12 hoop and a 12-inch design, it's going to be tighter and everything will be a little bit more cramped. But let me show you, if we are in a bigger hoop, let's say a 9x14 hoop, then you could take that design and bring it down to the actual basting. See that yellow? This is the basting stitch for the main fabric. And that is a really good guide for where we want the palm tree. Let me see if I can zoom in so you can see the bottom of this. Right. So you can see you would want this placement line. You would want the palm tree down at the bottom. So really easy, moving it down, really easy with the lines if you chose that route. I think I'm going to do a little different route. So if for those that want a little advanced step on the quilting design. Hey everyone, so I wanted to show you another version of what you could do for your background quilting on the palm tree blocks. So I showed you an easy way of using the vertical lines and just pulling them up and down to make them a little bit larger. That's super easy. You can do it on the machine, which I show you on the tutorial. And then I'm also going to show you in embroidery software, a little bit harder version for those that have recently purchased embroidery software. I'm going to walk you right through it because I'm going to use this step for one of my palm tree blocks. So for this one, I'm using Dragonflies. It's Insect 2 from Kimberbell. And I'm going to basically double hoop, but keep it in the hoop. I'll show you. So let's go through this quick tutorial. So I have opened Sew What Pro. I'm sharing my screen so that you can see this. And I go to File, Open. And I am going to find my quilting file, showing simple files, Kimberbell. All right, so in sec 2, so if we take the 4x6 file and open that, I've already been playing with it. That's why it asks me if I want to do the auto recover file. All right, so it automatically opens to a 5x7 file or hoop size, and we're going to change that to, I'm going to use my largest hoop. I already showed you on the previous tutorial how you can do it for an 8x12. And for 5x7, you would simply double hoop. We've talked about that in several videos. So I'm going to go ahead and use my largest hoop, which is 9x14. All right, and then it centers the design. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the whole design and I'm going to bring it up to the center line. And what I want to do, I'm going to eventually take out this basting stitch that goes all the way around. So I'm going to line up the placement stitch, or I'm sorry, the batting stitch with the center line. So I'm just going to bring it down. And I'm just using that yellow line, which is our batting line. And I'm going to center that with the center here. And that's already done. So that one is done. And then I'm going to do file merge and bring in another one of the same 4x6. And again, it brings it to the center. So we're going to move it down. Make sure you're only clicking on the second one that you merged in. All right, and same thing. So I'm going to bring it down here so you can see. So here's the batting line and here is the main fabric line. So we're going to use this line, the batting line, and center it with this center line here. It's going to look a little convoluted at first, but we're going to take those out so it doesn't matter. But you just want to line up that line as straight as you can with the center line, and also, so this line down here that goes down the center, and then also the top of the center line with the medium or middle right here. I hope this makes sense. All right, so this is over just a tiny. Okay, so now you can see we've got it centered on this middle line, and then we also have it centered on the horizontal line. So we're done. We've got both of those in here. Let me zoom out so you can see the whole thing at once. Okay, so see, we've got the whole thing. It's pretty messy here. So what I'm going to do is later I'm going to take those out, but first I'm going to use them because we're going to bring in that palm tree. Okay, so we'll go to File, Merge, and find your vintage Boardwalk. Oh, by the way, you can save that. You can save that dragonflies design right now, because here, let me close out of this so you can see. So if you click outside of the box, you can see that right now we're at 4.5 by 12.5, which is exactly what we want. So yay us, perfect job. 4.5 by 12.5. That's exactly the size that we want. So you can go ahead and do a file save as. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to reorder the steps. And in fact, let's go ahead and do that before we import the palm tree. Yeah, just it'll be easier for you to see. All right, so as always, we have number 1 is our batting placement, 2 is our batting tack down, 3 is our main fabric placement, and 4 is our main fabric tack down, and then 5 is our quilting. And we've got 2 of them, so it's the same thing on the next. So later we're going to take out 3 or 4. We really only need to take out, I think I'll probably take out 3 and 4. But for now, we're going to leave them just so that we can use this line here as our placement for our palm tree. But notice that if we were to keep them ordered this way, that we're going to have on our main fabric, we'll have all of these little lines, and it'll be harder to take them out because they're going to go over each other. So you can do what works for you, but I'm going to show you how to take them out and reorder and do all of that so that it's just, it'll stitch really easily and quickly. So for this one, let me think about this. So we've got it on our center horizontally and vertically. on this one, for both of the one and 6 really, you can see it's going to go right on our stabilizer, so we don't care about that. So, but we would like them to go together, right? So that you're not doing part of it and moving the fabric and doing all that. So it's really easy. You would just click on the number 6, and then I think it was control. No, it's shift. So 6 and then shift. And you can see I'm moving it. See the little box there? I'm able to move it where I want it. And so now it becomes number 2. So number 6 became number 2. And you can also tell because of the color. See, number 1 and number 2 are the same because those are the batting placement lines. So now we have, if you click on them, the batting for the top, the batting for the bottom. And when I say top and bottom, I'm talking about between the horizontal line. All right, and then number 3 is our tack down. So again, we want our tack downs together. And it's always after the green is our quilting design. So we would just take this number 7 and bring it up under number 3. Am I confusing you yet? So number 3 is, we know number 1 and number 2 are our placement for our batting. So now we want our tack down for our batting. So we have number 3 and then number 7. So click on number 7, click on shift and move it up. Just take your mouse and move it up. All right, so now we have our batting placement and our batting tack down, and they're together. Yay us. All right, and then this is our placement for our main fabric. We're going to take those out, so we can just leave those for now. All right, and we'll move on. And then I'm going to show you one more thing at the end here, if I remember. All right, so we're going to go to File, Merge, and bring in our palm tree. I keep it on my desktop, Vintage Boardwalk. So see this with quilting files, you can save it. We'll try and make sure to remember to do that also, so that you remember to always do a save as. Very important, so you're not wrecking the files that you currently have. All right, so find our palm tree. Here it is under 6x10 palm tree, and notice it goes right to the middle. We want it down at the bottom, and see these lines down here. So this is our batting placement, and this is our main fabric placement. So since we have this number 1, which is number 11 on here, the first of this palm tree file is that placement line for those people that aren't doing the quilting. They know where to put their fabric. And so we're going to use that as our guide, and we're going to bring that all the way down to this bottom line. And the reason is because if you look at just that one, it has the bottom line. Just a warning, my dogs are going to come running in now because my husband just got back from a walk. Hello. Hi, baby. So we have this bottom line, and then there's this little center guide, and that center guide is going to come up here to the placement. Sorry for all the panting. Hi. Okay, can you go lay down? All right, so we're going to just take this palm tree and bring it all the way down here. We're going to line it up with this bottom line here. All right, so just take the file and move it. Just grab it and move. Try to keep it centered. All right, and then we can zoom back in. As I mentioned before, So What Pro used to have where you can just move the mouse, the little scroll button, and it would zoom in and out. And gosh, that was so much easier. I wish they hadn't changed that. I don't know why they did. All right, so we have it centered on this bottom line. Hard to see with all that there. That's better. Okay. So you can also tell here. Let me grab it and move it. So see, you can see it a little bit better once you move it out of the way. But this line right here is what we want to line up with right here. All right, so just remember where that yellow line is. Move it all the way over to that center. Oh, look at that. And somebody's messaging. Okay. So now we have it centered on the bottom, and you can also easily see this palm tree. The bottom of the palm tree is right at the bottom of our batting. Yay, we did it just right. Okay, so this is beautiful. Now if you click outside of the center of our design, look at, we're at 4.96 by 12. So 5 by 12.5. And that's just because of the placement for the main fabric, which we're going to take out. But I'm going to leave it in just so I remember to tell you to bypass it, but we're not going to use that. So really without that, we're at 4.5 by 12.5. So we're exactly right. So we've got our, now I got to zoom out again. So we have our 2 quilting designs. So basically a double hoop, but we're doing it all together. And we've got our palm tree centered right at the very bottom. And we have our batting together and our main fabric together. And then we've got all of these. So now that we have our palm tree centered exactly where we want it, we can go ahead and take out this, the main fabric placement and tack down, which remember, it's always right before the green because the green is our quilting. So very easy. You click on it, right click and click delete thread. Same thing with the number 5 now, delete thread, right click, delete thread. And then right before the green again. Yep, there it is. So we would take out 6 and 7. So right click, delete thread, right click, delete thread. So that takes out the placement and tack down of our main fabric. And the reason that we're doing that, it's a good idea to keep it in most scenarios, but on this one, since we're double hooping and we don't want it on top of the fabric and have to move the fabric and have all those extra lines on there that we have to try and take out, it's just easier this way, in my opinion. Do what works for you. But what would happen is once we've got our batting down and trimmed, we would then put our main fabric down, which I'll show you in the pictures in the tutorial, don't worry. But we would put down our batting over the top. And I always just feel all around of where the batting is underneath the fabric to make sure that it's straight and that everything is covered the right amount. And then you can also tape it in place. I usually don't, but I probably will on this one since it's a larger piece and you want to make sure not to get puckering. So taping it in place will work. So we have 2 more steps to do. Notice that we have 2 blues, 2 yellows, and 2 greens. So what we can do, this is a little bit more advanced for the new embroidery software users. We can go to, what is it? Edit, join threads. And it'll ask you, do you want to join all the adjacent threads of the same color? Because you don't want to join together these, obviously. We want to join together the ones that are doing the same thing. The 2 things of the batting and the 2 things of the batting tack down, and then the 2 things of the quilting design. So those we can go ahead and merge together, and you'll see it will just do the ones that are the adjacent colors of the same. So, okay, and look at, now we're down to 12 steps. So if you click on it, notice now we have one big piece of batting placement, batting tack down, and then we've got our quilting design. And look at how pretty that is. And it's easy, right? Sorry for the messages. All right, so this is all correct. So we've finished that. We have one last step. Can you guess what it is? We want to save it. All right, so we're going to do a file, save as. Save as. That makes it so that it's a new file. You're not saving over your current file. Save as. And then what I do, you can save it wherever works for you, but what I do is I bring it back to my vintage Boardwalk where I can find it easily. If I do another one of these, let me go back. I made my own folder. So in here, you would just click this little button, create new folder. And I made a folder just for the ones that I'm adding the quilting. And then I saved it, palm tree, you name it, whatever you want to, because it's going to come out with the name of the quilting since we brought in the quilting first. So I'm just going to say palm tree tutorial, whatever you want to name it as. Move my big head out of the way and hit save. Okay, so we've done it. It's super easy and quick. It's not a hard thing to do. And this gives you more information on the embroidery software. And like I said, you can do on your machine the simple lines that's extremely easy to do on the machine. If you want a more advanced approach, you can try this dragonflies and merging the designs, and it's really simple. So Give it a try if it works for you. So one thing, if you haven't already purchased embroidery software, if you have Sew It Pro or Embrilliance or some other one that works for you, great. If you want to jump into embroidery software, it makes it really easy to be able to change the size of the designs that we need to, because on these older quilts, before Kimberbell came out with the quilting, they have border blocks that are 3x4 or sizes that they just don't have the quilting for. But I looked ahead in the candy corn quilt shop, and if I understood correctly, it looks like they all, even all the border blocks, they are sizes that Kimberbell has the quilting. So my guess, and this is me making stuff up, but my guess is that Kimberbell will very likely, guessing again, I don't know anything about what they're doing, but my guess is that their quilts going forward will probably be all in the sizes of the quilting that they have available. So don't feel like you have to make a purchase of embroidery software if that's not what you want to do. But I find it really easy. And one thing that I use too is that when I use Sew It Pro, I open every design before I'm going to pull it onto my embroidery machine. I open every design just so I get a visual of what is to come. And that helps me. And then I can import words very easily versus the embroidery machine. And keep in mind that I bought my embroidery machine during right before COVID. And so I didn't get classes. So you're probably more of an expert on using the buttons on your machine. And I find computer stuff easier personally. So I do the embroidery software and it works for me. Do what works for you, but hopefully this gave you a little insight on how to do it. All right, let's get stitching. I'm going to go for a bike ride first though. Can you tell? All right, have fun today. I hope you're enjoying your weekend. You won't see this till Monday, so your weekend will be over, but I still have a little bit of weekend. So anyway, have a great day. do you feel about traditional blocks for quilting? Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Somm here, and we are continuing our work on the Vintage Boardwalk quilt. So for today, we are going to work on blocks 33, 34, and 35. We have finished all of the applique blocks, chenille blocks, vinyl blocks, all of the regular blocks for this quilt. But now we have those traditional blocks. So I'm curious, how do you feel about the traditional blocks? I have to say they're not my favorite. I love the look of them, very much love the look of them and the history behind them, but I have a hard time doing them. So I'm gonna hope for the best here. I did learn a good clue when we did them in Love Notes, and that was that if they end up being a little bit smaller than you expect, you can back them, the completed block, with fusible stabilizer, and that will give you the edge that you might need for your 1/4 inch seam allowance. Hopefully we won't need that, but it's our backup plan. So I did hear, this was probably a year ago, I heard that Kimberbell is going to make these traditional pinwheel blocks in the hoop for us. And that would just be my saving grace. That would really work well for me since I am not a super huge fan of sewing, and I seem to make them smaller, and trying to line them up is hard to get that little center point. But mine came out pretty well for Love Notes, so hopefully these will also. And I haven't heard anything more from Kimberbell if they are going to make them in the hoop. So far we've got to make them this regular way. So what we're going to need today is 6 pieces of the mint teal, it's really teal lattice fabrics, and these are in 3.5 by 3.5, and I did back each one with fusible stabilizer. Since we're going to quilt them, I'll talk to you about that in just a minute. I know that traditional blocks, you generally don't quilt these in the hoop, and we are going to. Your choice, but I'm going to. So 6 of the teal lattice in 3.5 by 3.5, and I backed them with fusible stabilizer. And then we also need 6 of the red with bikes on them. I didn't even know this one existed. It was funny, I saw it in the book and I'm like, oh, I haven't seen that. And so I went and looked through my stash of my fabric kit, and they were in there, and so I was pretty excited. That is really, really cute. I mean, you know me, I like anything with a bike on it. But I think these are really fun. So again, I did back these with fusible stabilizer. They are cut to 3.5 by 3.5. And a little note, since these blocks are pretty small, you can use your stash. Do you have a stash on fusible stabilizer? I do. So I have this little box, and I keep all my extras, the small pieces, because I do end up using them. So anyway, you can see I used 2 pieces for this one and different ones for them, and that works really well to try and save on supplies. So 6 of each, the red with bikes and the teal lattice, 6 each, and we'll go through excuse me, the rest of the how-to using photos. And so let's get started. I know, I forgot the most important part. Sorry, this isn't that easy to do. I know it looks easy, it's not. So anyway, we are gonna quilt these after we've got them all put together. So it will be at the end, we're gonna quilt them. And I have chosen Food 2. I'm going to buy it in just a minute from Kimberbell.com. It's a direct download, and it's really cute, and we haven't used it yet. So I thought that would be really fun for these. I'm going to use the same one on all of them. You can use different ones on all of them. These are easy blocks to be able to really use any quilting design that you want. I've chosen Food 2, and it's got like cherries and lemons or oranges or limes, I don't know, some little citrus. and they're all just kind of all over the place, so you don't have to line anything up just right. I think that will be a really cute one for these pinwheel blocks. And as you can see I'm holding this thread, I'm going to do mine in white. I think that that'll help to make the design stand out. Either white or a really light gray I think would be super cute. Do whatever works for you. And food too, by the way, we're going to do this in 4x4 because our final cut size is 4.5 by 4.5. And I haven't cut my batting yet, but we're going to need batting for this because we're going to quilt it. And since our final cut size is 4.5 by 4.5, that means that we want a batting that is at least 5 by 5. All right, let's do it. Quick note, so all of these pieces of fabric are just to make 3 blocks, 3 squares. So I have my batting, like I mentioned, 5 by 5, but one of the blocks we don't put all the way together. We keep it as 2 different parts. So I've got batting for each of those. So 2 regular square blocks and then 1 that is half. And we'll go over more of that in the photos. One more thing is you can wait and put fusible stabilizer on after you've got all of the pieces together. That works too. I think that's how I did it in Love Notes, but I'm going to give it a try this way and see how it goes, and I'll keep you updated. What's our next project? Candy Corn Quilt Shop. Want to join in? Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Somm here, and I have really exciting news. I've had so many messages of people asking me to work on Candy Corn Quilt as our next group project, and I found out tonight that we're going to do it. That's going to be our next official group project in the Kristen Creates Facebook group. So this project is sponsored by omadarlins.com in Kentucky. They are going to make it pretty cool for us. They have offered a discount code of 10% off of our one-time purchase for the Candy Corn Quilt Shop. And the code for that you need to put into your order is Kristen Creates. Kristin Creates. That's your code for your order to get 10% off of your order for your supplies for the Candy Corn Quilt Shop. And they're also offering free shipping on all orders over $100. So thank you to Oma Darlins for sponsoring our project, and thank you to the others that also offered to sponsor, and I just went with the first one and we'll use others in future projects. So very quickly, what you're going to need to get is the machine embroidery kit, and that comes with the CD, and then also the fabric kit and the embellishment kit. You need those 3 items for us to get started. So the fabric kit, the machine embroidery CD booklet, and the embellishment kit. And you can get all 3 of those items on the Oma Darlins website. You can see that website here. Or if you prefer, you can give them a call here. So we're very excited to get started on this. I know everybody's been so excited about this new Kimberbell quilt. We're going to finish up our Boardwalk quilt that we're currently working on in the group, but it's perfect timing. That means that gives you time to order your supplies to get ready for this project. We'll start soon. Excited? Let's do it. Are you ready to start piecing together our quilt and doing the border blocks? Let's go. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Somm here, and we are continuing our progress on the vintage Boardwalk quilt. So today we get to start piecing our quilt together, and that also means working on the border blocks. So I'm going to show you how to do it. I have decided that I am going to put multiple border blocks into one hoop, and I will show you how to do that. It's just a way to save on stabilizer. You can do each border block individually in small hoops. That works totally fine. Or you can merge them together using software to save on stabilizer and probably a little bit of time. Either way works totally fine, and I will show you how to do it if you decide to merge them together. So for today, we have 5 border blocks that we're going to work on. I'm going to give you the specific sizes and the information on the batting and the quilting, but just so you know, I cut my border block fabrics 1 inch larger than what is measured in the booklet. But for those that pre-cut, that's totally fine to use the sizes that are in the guide. That works totally fine. I chose to do mine 1 inch larger just so that the basting stitch will catch, just to make sure the basting stitch will catch, although I might not even use that, and I'll have to cut them down afterwards. So do what works for you. If you've already cut your fabrics, then you should be all good to go. Just so you know, I changed my mind about doing the 1 inch extra fabric around the border blocks. It's too hard to get all of the fabrics away from each other, and there's extra room. There's no need for it. So I'm going to cut the regular size, maybe a little bit bigger, but not a full inch. So we'll see more on the next section. So let's talk about what we need for our fabrics. So number 36, block 36, is this light green carnival fabric, and we need this one to be 4.5 by 2.5, and that means that we want our batting to be 5 by 2. It's always a 1/2 inch larger than our final cut size. So 4.5 by 2.5, 5 by 3. All right, and then for this first border block, the one that is 4.5 by 2.5, I chose plaid, and for the plaid, it is 4 by 2 quilting. 4 by 2 quilting plaid for this first border block. This is number 36 for us. All right, so for number 37, it's the small 2.5 by 2.5, and like I said, I cut mine an inch larger on both sides, just to see how that works. But if you've already pre-cut, you'll be fine with 2.5 by 2.5. And so our batting for this one, this is number 37, our batting will be at least 3 by 3. So always a 1/2 inch larger than our cut size. So on this one, I've chosen Swirl 2. That's that pretty flower. I think that would be a really cute one for this little block. So Swirl 2, and since this one is 2.5 by 2.5 cut size, that means we want our quilting design to be 2 by 2. So Swirl 2 on this number 37 in 2 by 2. All right, moving on to number 38. 38 is this really pretty, it's like a light tan. It's not really white. I'm not sure what that background is, but with all the cute swimsuits, how cute is this? I love it. So on this one, this is number 38, and we are going to cut our fabric to 3.5 by 4.5. And so our batting is 4 by 5. 4 by 5 for the batting for this one. Now this one and the next one, we are going to have to adjust our quilting because there isn't a 3 by 4 quilting design. So what I did is I took, which one did we do? Wavy 3. I thought that'd be really cute with all the swimsuits. Wavy 3 is the tighter wave. So on that one, I took the 4 by 4 and then I just smooshed it. That's the word, smoosh. All right, so I'll show you on software how to do that, but you can easily do it on your machine. You've seen us do it before on other tutorials. So, but we need our quilting design for this block to be 3 by 4. All right, so I said 4 by 5 for the batting. Hopefully I remembered that. All right, so that is number 38. For number 39, it's the same thing, same size, everything. So it's the white with red dots, and we're going to cut this to 3.5 by 4.5. So our batting is going to be 4 by 5. And then for this one, I chose Wavy 2 in a vertical, Wavy 2. And again, we have to smoosh it. So if our fabric is 3.5 by 4.5, then we want our quilting design to be 3 by 4. So again, they don't have a 3 by 4, so I used the 4 by 4 and then smooshed it, made it a little bit more narrow. And there is a specific button on our machines to do that, so you can do it on your machine. I'm going to do it in software because I'm going to merge all of these blocks together, and I'll show you how if you choose to do that. So 3.5 by 4.5 fabric, quilting design Wavy 2 in vertical, and smooshed to 3 by 4. All right, and don't forget, when I say 3 by 4, the actual quilting design is 3.5 by 4.5 because they have the 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around the block. So when you do smoosh it, you want it to read on your machine as 3.5 by 4.5, but the actual quilting design will be 3 by 4, just to fully confuse you. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, so that was 39. So our last one for today, number 40, is this super cute. It's got crabs and life preservers. It's light gray. I think it looks like gray to me. Crabs and life preservers. And this one we're going to cut to 6.5 by 4.5. And so we want our batting to be 7 by 5, 5 by 7 batting. And I've chosen Wavy 1. I thought that would be really cute. That's the thicker waves than the Wavy 3. So Wavy 1, and our quilting is going to be in 4x6, or actually it's 6x4 because of it being larger horizontally. So in this one, I did the vertical and it's turned on my hoop. So 4x6 Wavy 1 in vertical. And our batting, as I said, 5x7. So those are the 5 blocks that we're going to do today. And then after we finish our border blocks, getting them all quilted, we are going to piece section 1 together. Oh my gosh, so exciting. All right, so as far as our quilting, like I said, I'm going to merge mine together. You can do them separately, that's totally fine. If you do merge them together, keep in mind that your machine is going to not stop for each like I'll do all of my battings together so I can cut them at once. And I'll show you on the embroidery software, if you keep those stops in there, that is totally fine. I'm going to merge them together, so I'll have, I believe, 5 steps total. And so mine is not going to stop, but you can always hit that green button on your machine. Where is it? This button here, the little start and stop button. You can hit that button just to make sure your quilting, your batting is lined up exactly right, whatever. Very easy to do that. So as far as our quilting today, I haven't decided yet. The easiest thing would be to just have one color in there and run it on all 5. You could easily do that. Keep in mind that this is all in the same section. So if you wanted it to be more different, then you would just stop your machine and change your thread colors. So I've narrowed it down to one of these. Once I get going, I'll decide, and I may change them up for each block or keep as is. I haven't decided yet, but I thought something beachy colors. So a dark gray, this greenish teal, the brighter blue, and then did I say gray? This is navy, sorry, navy. Dark gray, navy, greenish teal, or blue. I've got it narrowed down to those. I don't know if I'll do them all the same or all different, but I'll keep you informed as we do the video. So, and then we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna piece it all together for section 1. And I think that's all that I have for today. I gave you all the information on the quilting and the quilting designs and the batting sizes and the fabric sizes. So we should be all good. Let's do it. Hi everyone. So I wanted to give a quick tutorial on how to merge the border blocks together if you choose to go that route. As I mentioned, you can do it on your embroidery machine. You can do them separately in individual hoops for each one. That's completely fine. But I've decided that I'm going to merge mine together in my largest hoop just to save on stabilizer and a little time. So you can see from my shared screen here that I've already done it. You can see the 5 files here that I have merged together, and there's 5 steps. So it's already done, but I'm going to show you how. I just wanted to give you a visual of what it will look like. So this is using my 9.5 by 14 hoop. You can do whatever, you can, like I said, do individually. You can use an 8 by 12 hoop and get some of them in to save on stabilizer, whatever works. So this is the process though. All right. So file, new, and we're going to start. I always start with the biggest one. I think it's easier to do the big one and then fit the others around. So the biggest one is number 40, and that is the 6.5 by 4.5. So I'm going to open that one first, and that one I've chosen Wavy 1. So I'm just going to find my file here. Let's see, documents, embroidery files, and then sewing. Stipple files, Kimberbell, and Wavy 1. And I did vertical, and it's the size that we want for our quilting is 4 by 6. So 4 by 6 vertical, open. All right, so you can see it automatically opens to a 5 by 7 file, and I am going to change adjust hoop. It's this button that looks like a hoop, and I'm going to change to my largest hoop, which is the 9 by, oops, sorry, moving all around too fast, 9 by 14. All right, and then so you would just click on the first one and drag it to somewhere so that you have room for the others. So I put it in the top left corner. All right, and then from there, it doesn't matter, you can just pick the larger ones. In fact, let me show you the two that need to be adjusted. So from here, we would go to File Merge to bring in our next one. And the first that's 3.5 by 4.5 is the wavy 3. Oops. Wavy 3. All right, and then that one, I'm going to choose the 4 by 4. And then I'm going to move it to somewhere else. Actually, let me zoom out. Excuse the dogs in the background. I'm going to bring it down here. You don't want them too close because keep in mind that you need room for your fabrics. So I'm just going to put it here for now. All right, so on this one, remember that we want it to be 3.5 by 4.5. It's currently 4.5 by 4.5. You can see up here in the corner. So like we've done before on the others, you just smoosh it. And on this one, it's easy because it's not going to distort because it's the wavy. All right, so, oh, look at that. We've already got it. 3.5 by 4.5. Done. How easy was that? All right, so we're going to move this over here. And then we need another one of those that's that same size. I've chosen wavy 2. So File Merge. And find wavy 2 in a 4 by 4. And then look at these, there's two different. This is the horizontal one, and then this is the vertical. I did the vertical. I think that'll look nicer when we smoosh it. So it is going to distort the design. So you can choose one that doesn't distort, like lines would not distort. I decided that I like this and I think it's totally fine. So just move that one over, and then like the other, just smoosh the whole thing. That's too smooshed. Bring it out. So notice, see when it's got that little cross arrow and you're bringing it on the side, and that's where you're pulling it. So let's do it just a tiny bit larger. 3.53, that's totally fine. All right, so that one is all done. You can see it smooshed it a little bit, and I like the look of it. And that one is for the white with red dots. So I think it'll be a nice design for that one. All right, so then we have 2 more. We've got 3 so far. So we can bring in the plaid one. I chose plaid. So the one that goes above the swimsuits, it's the light green fabric. It's number 36. I'm going to bring that one in. We need the File Merge, and that one is 4 by 2. And I've chosen plaid for that one. You can use any designs that you would want to do. That's totally fine. So 2 by 4. Actually, all right, well, that's fine. 2 by 4. All right. So preferably we'd want 4 by 2, but it doesn't matter. We're just going to put our fabric over it. So it doesn't matter at all. All right, so bring this one over, and this one doesn't need any adjusting. All right, so I'm using my scroll button on my mouse. This little button, you can see it's bringing the, I don't have to zoom in and out. I can just move it up and down. I'd have to zoom in and out if I want to show you the whole hoop, but I'm just showing you for now because we're going to just move easily. All right, so this one. All right, and then we should still have room for our 2 by 2. So on our last one, File Merge, I've chosen Swirl 2. I have it under the floral, Swirl 2, 2 by 2. How cute is that? That's definitely one of my favorites. All right, and then you could bring it here. It doesn't matter how you arrange these as long as you have room in between them. So like I'm going to move this one down. So I would just click on the whole thing and drag it down just so that I have enough room on this. Okay, So now you can see we have, move my head out of the way. So just under 9 by just under 13. And how many steps do we have? A lot. So we have 25 steps right now. You can keep that just like that into a file, save as, and then you've got all the steps and it will do each block separately. So you would run through all of this one, which is 1 through 5, then all of whichever one was next. That is completely fine. It just, you're starting and stopping on your machine. You're already saving stabilizer, you're saving time. But you're using a lot of steps, and that's just hitting go on your button. It's on your machine. It's not a big deal. So you can leave it like that and do a file save as. I instead decided to change the order of the steps. And the reason is because I didn't want to bring my hoop on and off over and over to do the cutting for each one. I wanted it together. So I put all the batting down and then I cut all of them at one time. And that was really the only thing that I wanted to do all together. So I went ahead and I merged mine. So I'm going to just show you how to do that. If you choose to do that, it's totally up to you. So the key here is, remember we talked about yesterday, I think it was yesterday, the green is our quilting design. So here I'll show you. See, that is our quilting design. As always, number 1 is the placement for our batting. Number 2 is the tack down of our batting. Number 3 is the placement of the main fabric. And number 4 is the basting stitch for the main fabric. And 5 is the quilting. So if you keep that in mind, it's not hard to merge these around and move them. Or not merge them, sorry, not yet. We're going to just move them around first to get them all evened up. But you do want to make sure that you're putting them in the right order. Very important. All right. So the easiest thing is just remember the green one is the quilting. All right. And then you know the order of the steps. So let's see. So on this first one is 1 through 5. The next one is 6 through 10. So we'll start with just that. All right, so we know that number 6 is our placement of our batting, which can go right under here, number 1. All right, try not to let me confuse you too much. So, but you would just click on this, and then I think it's shift that and click and move. Yeah, you use your mouse button to move it, and then you would just bring it up to number 2. All right. Easy. So let's go ahead and do all of those. It will always be the one that's right after the green. Okay, so we did the first one and the second one. The first one was already there. So the third one we know is going to be after the green. So that would be number 11. So we're going to shift and move it up here to number 3. Easy, right? Next one is 15. So the one right after that is going to be our placement for our batting. So we're going to take that, click on it, shift, move it up here to number 4. All right. And the last one is number 21, right after the green. Click on that and move it up. Make sure you can see it. Click on it, shift, move it up to number 5. All right, so those, all of those now are the batting placement. So look, you can click on them and see it's the batting for each of those 5 blocks. All right, then click outside of it. All right, now we're going to do the tack down of the batting for all of them. So again, it's always going to be the one right after the green. Okay, so here we've got this one. So I should mention also, so you can see that there's blue and yellow. The placements for batting and main fabric are blue, and the placements for the main fabric and tack down are yellow. So unfortunately, it'd be easier if they were different colored, which you can do, by the way. You could do that beforehand if you wanted to. Just right click on it, change the color. I think it was right click. Is that right? No, it's just regular click. Yeah, regular click, and then you would choose a different color. So you can change them before you start moving them. If you think you'll get confused, that's totally fine. But for me, I find the easiest is just to remember it's always the one after the green. All right, so we've already got this one done. So we're going to go ahead and move number 10. Click on it and right click, shift, move it up. Not right click, sorry, regular click, shift, move it up to after number 6. So same thing after the green. So this is our green, which is our quilting. So this number 14, click, shift, move it up.
And then after the green right here is this one, click, shift, move it up. And after the green here, click, shift, move it up. Yeah. Okay, so we have those 5. So all of those are now the tack down of our batting. Yay. Okay, so now we're going to do the placement for the main fabric. So that's number 11 here. And again, it's going to be the first one after the green. That's the easiest way to remember. So click on it, move it up to underneath number 11. All right, the one after the green is number 17. Click on it, shift, move it up to right after those other blues. So number 13 now. So here we have the green, blue, click, move, click, shift, move. All right, and last one after the green, this blue, shift, and move it up. All right, so now we have our 5 together of the placement for our main fabric. All right, so the last one is going to be the basting stitch for each one. And keep in mind, you can keep these separate if you think it'll be hard to get all of your stuff together. So when all of these start moving, like say that you put all of your batting down, if you see that one moves, you just hit that stop button on your machine and get it all straight, because it's going to jump around to each of these blocks. That's why I was saying, if you don't want to reorder the steps, you don't have to. I'm choosing to do it this way. All right, so after the green is this first yellow, number 18, shift, move it up to now number 17. Then the next yellow up with the other yellows right behind it. Number 22, shift up behind the next yellows. And the last one, click shift, move it up. All right. Now you could easily do a save as here. You can save this and then you just hit the button every time it's done with a step. And then you don't have to worry about where it's going to jump to the next part. That's super easy to do. Leave it like this. Very easy if you choose. Or if you feel confident in how it's going to move all around and you're going to be prepared and get ready to hit that stop button if you need to, then you can merge the steps. All right, so you see that we've got them all together. So we would go to edit, join threads, and join all adjacent threads of the same color. So right now we have 25 steps. When I hit OK, we have 5 steps. Look at that. Easy. So just keep in mind, this isn't the type of thing that you're going to put in your machine and walk away, go eat lunch. You'll have to babysit it a little bit. All right, because we're going to be kind of jumping to get to each of those blocks, especially because we didn't put them in order. We put them to where they fit nicely. All right, so I'm all done. So what am I going to do? We're going to save as. Always save as. Super important. So if you clicked save, then your 4x6 wavy, that was the first one we pulled in, now is this with all of these blocks. So always save as. So file, save as, decide where you want it. Like I said yesterday, I keep mine in my vintage Boardwalk so that if I do this quilt again, I'm all prepared. And then just name it whatever. Section 1, we're working on section 1. Tutorial, section 1, grouping, whatever you want to name it as, but save it as with a new name. All right, then you have a separate file. And that's it. We're done and we're ready to go stitch. All right, let's do it.
Are you ready to start section 2 and those border blocks? Let's go. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Somm here. We are continuing working on the vintage Boardwalk quilt. So yesterday we finished section 1. Look at how pretty that is. It's so fun to see it start coming together. So today we're going to start on section 2, and section 2 has 4 border blocks that we need to work on. I thought they were going to be real simple, and then I saw this one. So this one's going to have its own little tutorial, but it is 16 inches long, and so we're going to have to do a little double hooping on that. So those of you that have I think it's called the Solaris is the baby lock one, or a Luminaire, you can probably do this in your hoop. But for the rest of us, we're going to have to double hoop it. So let's go ahead and start talking about what we need for today. So for our first border block, this one is going to be number 41. Number 41, let me show you just the fabric, is this navy blue with bikes on it. How cute is that? I love this. And did you see it matches one of the blocks that we did? Actually, 2 of the blocks. That is so cool. So this block number 41 is going to be cut in 4.5 by 6.5. And we're going to need our batting to be 5 by 7, since it's always a 1/2 inch larger. So 5 by 7 batting, fabric in 4.5 by 6.5. And as always, I back it with fusible stabilizer. You can see I'm using lots of little pieces for these border blocks just to use up my stash. And that works fine too. And then the batting. And so for this one, I've chosen lines 1, and I just wanted something that's not going to pull away from this really cute fabric. So do what works for you, but I'm going to do lines 1. It's that big, thick, like college roll lines. I'm going to do that. And since our fabric is 4.5 by 6.5, that means that we want our quilting design to be 4 by 6. So 4 by 6 of the lines 1 is what I'm doing. That's for block 41. So block 42 is this big long one. So I didn't realize till I cut it this morning just how big it is. So this one is the light gray with stripes. Notice it's directional. Make sure to get your directions in the way that you want them. Mine, you can see, are going vertically. So the size of this that we're going to need is 2.5 by 16.5. So I believe that big Luminaire has a 16-inch hoop, so that should work just great, but I don't have that. So I'm going to double hoop. I think most of us will probably double hoop. And so anyway, let's talk about this one first. So 2.5 by 16.5 for our fabric, as always, backed with stabilizer. And then for our batting, it's going to be a 1/2 inch larger. So that would be 3 by 17. So 3 by 17 for your batting. And then I've chosen a really pretty floral one. We used that on something, I think maybe the car. I think we used it on the car, that cute vintage bug. But anyway, so I'm using floral one, and I'm going to do it in 2 hoopings of 2 by 8, and I'm going to show you how to do that. It'll be very similar if you watched our tutorials for Love Notes or Broomhilda. It'll be just like how we did the borders on those. That's how we're going to do this big piece here. All right, so don't be worried, we'll go over it. So that's number 42. Number 43 is this little waves. And for the waves, it's going to be 4.5 by 2.5 for your fabric, backed with stabilizer, fusible stabilizer. And then, so since it's 4.5 by 2.5, we want our batting to be 3 by 5. 3 by 5 batting, 2.5 by 4.5, or actually it's really 4.5 by 2.5. I don't know, I guess it depends on which way your waves are going. Mine are going horizontally. All right, so on this one, since we've got the tight little waves, I'm going to use wavy 3 for my quilting design for this. And it's the same, it's the tight little waves. So I thought that would be cute for this one. All right, and then our last one for today is number 44. And it is this crabs and life preservers in red. And the size on this one, where are we? Number 44 is 4.5 by 8.5. Sorry for the delay. 4.5 by 8.5 for your fabric, backed with fusible stabilizer. And then for your batting, always a 1/2 inch bigger, so that would be 5 by 9. 5 by 9. 4.5 by 8.5, 5 by 9 for your batting. All right, so on this one, I had a hard time choosing one. I really wanted to do the birthday banner, pennants, whatever it's called. I thought that'd be so cute because it goes this way. So I thought that'd be really cute, but I just couldn't get it to work with my brain because there's crabs and life preservers on here. So it didn't work for me. So I ended up deciding I'm gonna do wavy one. Wavy one works for my brain to have these crabs and the life preservers. So wavy one is that thicker, the college rule wide waves. So that's what I'm gonna do for this one. Do whatever works for you. If you can get your OCD brain to work with the birthday banner, I think that'd be so cute, but I couldn't get my brain to agree to it. So that's all that we have for today. And I'm gonna start sharing some, when we have the tutorial not be too large or too long, then I'm gonna start sharing some group photos of what everyone's working on, because we're all having so much fun with this beautiful quilt. So it'll be fun to share photos so that you're not just seeing my work, but you're seeing everyone else's. And if you're in that Kristen Creates group, you're seeing them anyway, and we're just having so much fun. It's such a great time. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. everyone, are you ready for piecing together section 3? Let's do it. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, continuing our work on the vintage Boardwalk quilt. So today we are going to work on section 3. That means that we have, I think it's 4 border blocks to work on. So let's get started talking about what we need today. So the first one, number 45, is this cute little wavy fabric. And we need this in 4.5 by 2.5. And our backed with fusible stabilizer always. And our batting for this one will be 1/2 inch larger. So that means this was 2.5 by 4.5, so 3 by 5 for the batting. All right. So this is for number 45, and I've chosen wavy 3. I like to use wavy 3 on this one that has the tight little waves. So I think that'll be good. Wavy 3. And since our fabric is 2.5 by 4.5, that means we're going to want the 2 by 4 for the wavy 3. All right, that's the first one. So the second one, number 46, is this cute blue plaid. This is going to be 2.5 by 8.5. And back to the fusible stabilizer, 2.5 by 8.5. And so then we want our batting to be 1/2 inch larger. That makes it 3 by 9 for the batting. And for this one, I chose Food 2. That's that cute one with the cherries that we used on one of our blocks. And the reason is because I thought this looks like a little blanket that you're eating a picnic at. I thought that was really cute. So the cherries, and it's Food 2. And since our fabric is 2.5 by 8.5, that means we want our quilting design to be 2 by 8. So 2 by 8 of the Food 2, that's the cherries. So that was for block 46. Block 47 is this really cute one with all the swimsuits. And this one is 4.5 by 8.5. 4.5 by 8.5, backed with fusible stabilizer. And so then we want our batting to be 5 by 9. 4.5 by 8.5, straight. Make sure it's straight when you put it together. And then 5 by 9 for your batting. And I've chosen wavy 1 for this one because of the swimsuits, wavy 1. And so since our main fabric is 4.5 by 8.5, we're going to want our quilting design to be 4 by 8 for this one. So that is number 47. Number 48, the last one for today, we've got 4 border blocks to work on. So for the last one for this today is going to be the red with the big white dots. Don't you always think of Minnie Mouse when you see this? I can't help but think of Minnie Mouse. I've seen bugs, convertible beetles in red with white dots on it. How cute is that? All right, so anyway, sorry. Back to work here. So our fabric for today is going to be 6.5 by 2. It's 2.5, sorry, 6.5 by 2.5 for your fabric, backed with fusible stabilizer. And that means that we want our batting to be 3 by 7. 3 by 7 for your batting. All right, and this one, I've chosen Hearts 1. I thought that would be really cute for this one, and we haven't used it yet on this Boardwalk quilt. We used it for Love Notes, if you recall. It's a super cute one, and I pulled it up in that size, and it's just really cute. So the size that we're gonna want for this block today is gonna be 2 by 6 for our quilting design. Fabric is 2.5 by 6.5, so we want our quilting design to be 2 by 6 in Hearts 1, it's called. And that's it. 4 easy blocks to quilt on today, and then we're gonna put everything all together for section 3. All right, let's get started. What's our next project? Candy Corn Quilt Shop. Want to join in? Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and I have really exciting news. I've had so many messages of people asking me to work on Candy Corn Quilt as our next group project, and I found out tonight that we're gonna do it. That's gonna be our next official group project in the Kristen Creates Facebook group. So this project is sponsored by omadarlins.com in Kentucky. They are going to make it pretty cool for us. They have offered a discount code of 10% off of our one-time purchase for the Candy Corn Quilt Shop. And the code for that you need to put into your order is Kristen Creates. Kristin Creates. That's your code for your order to get 10% off of your order for your supplies for the Candy Corn Quilt Shop. And they're also offering free shipping on all orders over $100. So thank you to Oma Darlins for sponsoring our project, and thank you to the others that also offered to sponsor, and I just went with the first one and will use others in future projects. So very quickly, what you're going to need to get is the machine embroidery kit, and that comes with the CD, and then also the fabric kit and the embellishment kit. You need those 3 items for us to get started. So the fabric kit, the machine embroidery CD booklet, and the embellishment kit. And you can get all 3 of those items on the Oma Darlins website. You can see that website here. Or if you prefer, you can give them a call here. So we're very excited to get started on this. I know everybody's been so excited about this new Kimberbell quilt. We're going to finish up our Boardwalk quilt that we're currently working on in the group, but it's perfect timing. That means that gives you time to order your supplies to get ready for this project. We'll start soon. Excited? Let's do it. Are you ready to work on section 4 in our Boardwalk quilt? Let's do it. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and we are continuing with our vintage Boardwalk quilt before Candy Corn Quilt arrives. So we're kind of on a mad dash now to get this one done before the next one arrives. So we have done section 1 and section 2. How cool is this? Oh my gosh, it's so pretty. I love this quilt. So that's section 1 and 2, and then yesterday we did section 3 with the cute little vintage car and the tandem bicycle. So fun. So that means today that we're going to work on section 4. So for section 4, we have 5 border blocks to work on. So the first one is this green carnival fabric, and we are going to cut this to 2.5 by 6.5, 2.5 by 6.5, and then that means that we want our batting to be 3 by 7. It's always a 1/2 inch larger. And don't forget on the back of your fabrics to fusible mesh really helps. Fusible stabilizer helps to ward off puckers. So I do that on the back of my main fabrics, border fabrics, the applique fabrics, everything. It really helps. So 2.5 by 6.5, and then for our batting, 3 by 7. 3 by 7 for the batting. So for this one, I've chosen Food One. It's called Food One. That's the one with the cotton candy and something else I don't remember. Anyway, cute, cute, cute. So this is pretty busy, and so it's hard. Last time I did plaid, I like something that's not going to take away from the fabric, but I decided to go ahead with food 1, and just basically it's some of the same foods that are in the fabric. So that'll be cute. So on our quilting, we want 2 by 6. Since our final cut size is 2.5 by 6.5, that means that we want our quilting that's a 1/2 inch shorter. So 2.5 by 6.5 for this one. And this is number 49. All right, so for number 50, we're going to use the cute bike fabric. And did you see on Susan Weege's post, she posted a picture of, I think it was section 1 that had, yeah, the bike. So we used this as a border fabric or a border block on section 1 or section 2. Probably section 2. Anyway, she had it where her bike was just perfectly in the middle of this block, and so she fussy cutted that. Have you heard that term? It's called fussy cut, when you get it just right. So I did a little bit of that today, and I put one of the bikes in the middle, and so I thought that that would be really cute. So just a suggestion, there is enough fabric in this, depending on where you got your kit, I guess, maybe, I don't know, but I had enough that I could fussy cut a little bit so that I have a bike right in the middle. So again, back with fusible stabilizer, and this one we're going to cut to 6.5 by 6.5. All right, so we want our fabric piece to be 6.5 by 6.5, and that means that we want our batting to be 7 by 7 for this block. This is number 50, 7 by 7. All right, so that means that our quilting is going to be 6 by 6, and I chose just lines 1. I wanted something that wasn't going to take away from this design, so I just did basic lines, and I'm doing it in horizontal. Do whatever works for you, but I'm going to do lines 1 for block 50. So for block 51, we have another one of those really long pieces. So this is that 2.5 by 16.5, and it's the light gray stripes. Notice the direction. I have mine going vertically. That's how it's shown in the book. You can do whatever works for you. 2.5 by 16.5. So that means that we want our batting to be 17 by 3. 17 by 3 for the batting. So on this one, we are going to do this twice. So remember, I showed you in section 2 in the tutorial how to hoop it, double hoop it. So we take it off, we line up the batting just right to be able to get it perfectly lined up. So 2 hoopings. If you have that huge machine, the Luminaire or the Solaris, then you can probably do this in 1 hooping, but for the rest of us, it's going to take 2 hoopings. So I chose 2 by 8. So if you do 2 by 8 twice, it'll be perfect for this block that is 2.5 by 16.5. So 2 by 8 twice. And the one that I chose for this one is Insect 1, which is the little bees. I thought that would be really cute. I really wanted to do that floral again that we did. Oh my gosh, that came out so cute on our section 2. That was so cute, and I wanted to do it again, and I thought, no, we'll do something different. So I chose bees. You can do floral again. You can do whatever works for you, but I'm going to go with bees on this big long one. I thought that would be really cute. So 2.5 by 16.5 for the fabric, 3 by 17 for the, it's actually 17 by 3 for the batting. And then for our quilting, 2 by 8 twice. And I'm doing the bees, which is insect 1. All right, so that's number 51. For number 52, we are going to do this brown with brown stripes fabric. Again, backed with fusible stabilizer. And for this one, we're going to cut it to 8.5 by 2.5. 8.5 by 2.5. And that means that we're going to want our batting to be 9 by 3. 9 by 3 for batting. And then for our quilting, always a 1/2 inch smaller. So that's going to be 2 by 8 for the quilting on this. And I've chosen geometric 1. I thought that that would look cute. So this is going to be underneath the food stand. So to me, it gave the impression of sand, like it's going to be a food stand sitting on sand. And I thought geometric was kind of cute. So I'm doing geometric 1 for this block, number 52, and it's going to be in 2 by 8. All right. And then the last one, we've got another big one. So this is again a 16.5 by 2.5 in the wavy fabric. And we are going to use our batting that is 17 by 3. All right, because it's always a 1/2 inch larger. And then for this one, for our quilting, I've chosen wavy 3. It's that tight waves, which matches this fabric. So on that one, we're going to do our quilting at 16 by 2, which means that we're going to do it twice. So 2 by 8, same like the other one. And what I'm doing, I'll show you in the photos, I merged it so that I've got both of them on one hooping. I think I'm using my 6 by 10 hoop for those. And I'm just going to do the 2 by 8 and then 2 by 8, but I'm going to do them at the same time to help save on time and save on stabilizer. And then the other blocks I'm doing in one hooping. All right, so on that wavy 3, did I mention I've chosen wavy 3 in 2 by 8? It's vertical, so you want your waves to be the same direction as the wave fabric, so it's the vertical. Everything else I think we've got, so we're all ready. Let's go ahead and get started. After we get these all quilted, then we're going to start piecing everything together for section 4. Are you ready to start piecing together the last section of our vintage boardwalk quilt? Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Somm here, and today we are going to work on our last section, section 5 for the vintage boardwalk quilt. So for this one we have 10 border blocks that we need to complete before we start piecing it all together. So let's get started looking at what we need for today. So the first one, this is number 54, and this is the red houndstooth fabric. And we're going to cut this to 4.5 by 4.5, and as always backed with fusible stabilizer, 4.5 by 4.5 cut size, fabric cut size, and that means that we want our batting to be 5 by 5. 5 by 5 batting, red houndstooth, 4.5 by 4.5. So for this one, I've been really wanting to do the banner somewhere in here, and I think the banner looks cuter on a block that's vertical rather than like lengthwise. It kind of looks different, the quilting. So I've chosen it for this one. It's kind of a busy fabric for it, but I think it'll be really cute. So do what works for you, but I'm gonna do, it's called Celebration 1 and in 4 by 4. For this fabric. So number 54 in Celebration 1, and I'm doing it vertical. All right, so number 55 is the green Carnival fabric, and we're going to cut this one to 2.5 by 4.5. And as always, we want our batting to be a 1/2 inch larger, so that means that our batting is going to be 3 by 5 for this block. And for the quilting, I've chosen Food 1. That's the one that's got cotton candy and something else in it. I don't remember what the other item is. I always seem to forget that. But anyway, it's a kind of busier quilting, and this is a busy fabric, but I thought it just goes together. I think it'll be really cute. So for the quilting on this one, it's going to be 2 by 4, and I'm using Food 1. And that is number 55. All right, and then on this one, we are going to use the red houndstooth again, and this one is 2.5 by 4.5, as always backed with fusible stabilizer, 2.5 by 4.5, and then our batting is going to be 3 by 5. And I've chosen Insects 2 for this one. It's the dragonflies. I thought that would be really cute. It's going next to a soda bottle, if I recall. So 2 by 4 dragonflies, it's called Insect 2 for this one. That's number 56. All right, so number 57, this one, it's a white fabric. So many of our fabrics are busy and it's hard to pick a quilting design. And this one, I was like, oh yay, we got a plain fabric. We can do a really decorative quilting design, but really we can't because we're gonna have to smoosh it on this one. So let's talk about what we need first. So on this, it's the white with red dots backed with fusible stabilizer, and we're gonna cut this to 3.5 by 4.5. So that means that we want our batting to be, 4 by 5 for our batting, 1/2 inch larger than our fabric. 3.5 by 4.5, 4 by 5. All right, and then the quilting on this, since it's a different size, Kimberbell doesn't have quilting for this one, so we're just going to smoosh it. We've done it on several of them. It's easy to do. You can do it on your machine. You can do it on embroidery software. Super easy to do, but it's a little bit harder to choose a quilting design when we have to smoosh it because that will distort the design. So we've done it on a few, and we've always chosen like wavy or even geometric. It looks really cute when you smoosh it. We did wavy 2, that looked fine smooshed. So like I said, it's hard. If you choose like the flowers, the cute flowers or hearts or anything like that, you're going to smoosh it and it's just not going to look super great. So what I decided on this one is, instead of a real decorative one, I chose wavy 2. We did it before with smooshing it, and it came out really good. So we're going to do wavy 2, and we're going to smoosh it to 3 by 4. So keep in mind, when I say 3 by 4, the actual design is going to be 3.5 by 4.5, because remember, we've got that 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around. So when you're smooshing it, you want the size of the whole design to be 3.5 by 4.5. But if you click on just the design, just the quilting part of it, that's the part that we want to be 3 by 4. And you really don't have to worry about that, but the design is called 3 by 4, and yet it actually measures 3.5 by 4.5. So when you smush it, just smush it to 3.5. All right, hopefully that makes sense. And we've done it before, so you should be fine. And you can always ask questions in Kristen Creates, the Facebook group. Everybody's so helpful. So, you know, feel free to ask questions. Don't get caught up on something that you don't know how to do, and just ask. We're all there for you. All right, so that's number 57. And like I said, 3 by 4 quilting. So on number 58, we've got this cute swimsuit fabric again, and we're going to do this one in 3.5 by 4.5, the cut size of this, backed with fusible stabilizer. So our batting is going to be 4 by 5 for this one. All right, always a little bit bigger, ½ inch bigger, at least ½ inch. It really doesn't matter as long as it's bigger, so that, because you're going to trim it anyway in the design. All right, so 3.5 by 4.5 batting, 4 by 5. The quilting on this one is going to be 3 by 4. So again, this is one that we're going to smush a little bit. And what I've chosen for this one is wavy 1. I've done wavy 1 on all the ones that have this fabric just because it goes really well. It's that thicker wavy, and with the swimsuits, it's just cute. So wavy 1 in horizontal, and we're going to smush it to 3 by 4. 3 by 4 for the quilting. Again, that means 3.5 is the actual design. We already went over that, so you should be good. 3 by 4 on the quilting for number 58. All right, and then we've got a bunch that are to go with the birds. So the first one is number 59, and it's this brown fabric with lines all over it. And we're gonna cut that to 3.5 by 5.5. And that means that we want our batting to be 4 by 6. And then for this one, we're going to smush it again. And I've chosen geometric 1. And I already put it on the software and smushed it up to see how that distorts it and what it does. And it looks great. So that's what I've chosen. You can use whatever works for you. This is like the posts where the birds are standing on the posts, and this is the post. So I thought geometric looked really good. I'm choosing that. So I am using the 4 by 6 geometric 1, and then I'm smushing it down to 3 by 5. And it's not just smushing the middle. So if we're going from 4 by 6 to 3 by 5, we're changing all of it just a little bit. So you want your final design to be 3 by 5, but when you're smushing it, it'll be 3.5 by 5.5. All right, actual file size, 3.5 by 5.5. That's number 59, geometric 1, and I'm using the 4 by 6 and smushing it down to 3.5 by 5.5, 3 by 5. All right, number 60 is the gray. Can't really see that, gray with white dots on it and backed with fusible stabilizer, and the cut size on this is 2.5 by 4.5. So that means we want our batting to be 3 by 5, batting 3 by 5, 2.5 by 4.5. And then for this one, the quilting, I'm using lines 2. That's the one that's the spooky. So keep in mind that this goes with these. Remember when we made these birds, and those of us that chose these spooky lines is what I call them, but it's just kind of sky, and we did it in blue thread. These are going to go with it. We've got a few ones to go with it. They're all going to be bunched together. So whatever quilting you chose, I would keep it the same if I were you. I'm going to keep it with the wavy 2. So on this one, this 2.5 by 4.5 fabric, we're going to quilt with 2 by 4 and the lines 2 in horizontal. So that means it's going to go this way, lines 2 horizontal. All right. So I think we're good on that one. Number 60. And then number 61 is this brown stars. And we're going to cut that to 2.5 by 4.5. And that means that we want our batting to be 3 by 5. And for this one, same as the others, these are those posts that the birds are going to stand on. So I'm going to keep them all the same. And so I'm doing geometric 1 on this. And that's going to be in 2 by 4. So notice I'm using pieces for my stabilizer, the fusible stabilizer. You can do that if you've got a stash of extra pieces. This is a good way to use them up on these little blocks. So 2x4 in geometric 1. That's for number 61. For number 62, we're back to the gray with white dots, backed with fusible stabilizer. This is going to be 2.5 by 5.5 for the fabric, 2.5 by 5.5. Now on this one, if you look at the back of the guide that shows all the blocks, it's going to be this way. It's listed as 2.5 by 5.5, but it's really 5.5 by 2.5 because this one is going sideways. So the reason I point that out is because when we do our quilting, you don't want quilting that's going to go this way because the fabric is going this way. So you want your fabric to make sure to be going horizontally. So on this one, 2.5 by 5.5, our batting is going to be 3 by 6. And our quilting, we need 2 by 5. So we're going to smoosh it again. So this one, I did the 2 by 6. I chose 2 by 6, and then I'm just smooshing it. So you're smooshing it this way because we want it to be 2 by 5. It's really 5 by 2. Sorry, that's confusing, but it's listed as the opposite way. So horizontally lines 2 in 2 by 5. And just remember that this one, the fabric goes sideways. All right, last one. So for number 63, oh my gosh, 63. So we're going to use the brown stripes fabric, and it is going to be cut to 3.5 by 6.5. Sorry, I keep looking down, but I had to write a lot of notes on this one. So 3.5 by 6.5 for our fabric, as always backed with fusible stabilizer. And our batting for this one is going to be 4 by 7. And then same thing, geometric on all of these brown with the stripes. It's the post that the birds are standing on. So I'm doing geometric 1 for all of them. And we want this one to be 3 by 6. So again, there isn't a 3 by 6. So I chose the 4 by 6 design, and I'm just smooshing it. All right, this one stands this way if I recall, and we're just going to smoosh it to make it a 4 by 6 quilting design. And it's really easy to do. If I saw that some people haven't finished this part, and I'm hoping it's not because of the smooshing, because I showed you can easily do this on your machine, super easy. I showed you what buttons and everything. So if you have any questions, just ask. It's not a hard thing to do at all. And that is our last border block. So 10 blocks today. As I mentioned, remember that a lot of these blocks are going to go with the birds that we did earlier, and we did whatever quilting design you chose. I chose spooky too, and I used blue thread. So I'm going to keep that going with the same on these gray blocks that we're going to do today. Okay, I'm tired. Are you tired? All right, so that is for section 5. Once we get all of those border blocks quilted, we'll piece it together, and I'll do that in photos with comments on what you need to know, but we're all good. That's section 5. Let's do it. So what do we do with these things? Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here. Did you get all of your sections put together for our vintage boardwalk quilt? Oh my gosh, it's so pretty. I love this quilt. This has been such a fun project. So now we have all of these weird things. So we're going to start working on putting our borders on. So we've got our inner borders and our outer borders. And you start by measuring your quilt. So measure from the center horizontally and vertically, and we will determine the size so that you know what size to make your borders. So mine measured, and keep in mind each one is different. There's no right answer. Just make sure that you get your dimensions so that you know what size for your borders. So mine measures 32.5 by 48.5. So I have cut all of these little strips. I haven't started measuring them yet. But what I decided is that since it's 48 inches, keep in mind that that half is for our seam allowance. So don't use that. So mine 48. So I am going to use a 1 by 12 quilting design, and I'm going to do it 4 times. So 12 times 4, 48. So mine works out really well. If yours is a different measurement, there's a 1 by 10, there's 1 by 7, I think. There's several different options, and based on whatever hoop size that you have. So I'm probably going to use my 7 by 12 hoop, and I'm going to double them. So I'm going to have 2 in my hoop. But it depends. I'm not absolutely sure that it'll fit in the 12 inch in that 7 by 12 hoop. So anyway, we'll get there with the pictures. But for now, measure your quilt, get all of your strips, and back them. I'm backing mine. Do what works for you. I'm backing mine with fusible stabilizer, and then we're also going to have batting in the strips. So the strips don't need to be the long strips. You can do them in the length because you're going to cut them anyway. So in our trimming, right, that's what, number 2, I think, we put down our batting and we trim it. So that's part of the guide that we're going to use with our quilting. So it doesn't matter. So make them like 12.5, 13, whatever. 1.5 by 13 would be probably good if you're using the 1 by 12 quilting design. So if you look on the Kimberbell.com website in the background quilting, I think they have like 4 or 5 different border designs. And so the one that I'm going to use, it's the one with the insects. I don't remember off the top of my head what it's called. I think Insect One Border is what it's called. So that's what I'm going to use for my borders. They have stars and hearts and Halloween. They have some cute ones, and I think there were like light bulbs for Christmas, something cutesy Christmas. The one that I thought went best with this boardwalk quilt is the insects. So I think that this part, the small 1 inch part, is dragonflies, and then the larger part for our outer borders had dragonflies and bees and stars and something else. It was cute. So I think it'll go well with boardwalk. That's what I'm going to use. I think that's all we have for now. So we're going to start on these first, and I am quilting them. You can do what works for you. But since we have batting and quilting on every part of our quilt so far, I'm going to keep it going with the inner borders and the outer borders. And we're getting really close. So after we get these borders on, we are going to have a completed quilt top. Pretty exciting. I hope you're as excited as I am. Let's get started. Can you see this? No, because it's invisible. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Somm here, and we are working on completing our vintage boardwalk quilt. So today we are going to use this backing fabric. So you can get it in white. I think there was a gray. I think there was a really pretty mint one. I chose the navy, and it's just a bunch of bikes, really, really pretty bikes, and they go along with the embroidery designs that we did. So very, very cute. So for this, we are going to start on putting our backing on, and for our backing fabric, you need 2 2/3 yards of this fabric. And so we're going to do most of this tutorial in photos with text, giving you some information, some tips and tricks, but a couple to start with. So what I do is I lay out my whole backing fabric, put my quilt on top, and then I start pinning every single block, every block. And the reason I do that is because after I stitch in the ditch around each block, then I take that pin out, and I know I've done that one, because you don't want to be lifting up your quilt and checking, did I do this block, did I do that block? So I go all the way around each block, and then I take out the pin so I know which ones are done. So the other thing, another tip, is that you want to start from the middle. You want to start from the middle block and work your way out. All right, so that's another tip. Get some good pins. So these are, I think they were from Dritz. I'll add a link in the video description. So at the bottom of the video, I always add a lot of links of quilting designs and information and what we're going to work on next. And so I will add in the video description information on the pins that I use. These are really strong, and you can see that they're angled, and so they're really easy to work with and just strong. So I started by buying these colored pins because I thought they were so cool, and it would help me to remember which ones I've done. And the things were horrible. They didn't hold the fabric. They didn't get through. Oh my gosh, they were not sharp enough to get through. So these suckers are very sharp. They work really well. You want good pins. So I invested in a few sets of these pins in a few different sizes, because you want them on each block. So there's some small border blocks and then the bigger blocks. So get some good pins. The other thing is that we are going to use invisible thread. Have you seen invisible thread? I think it's got an official name. I don't remember, mono something. I don't remember, but anyway, invisible thread. So I have tried a few different brands. I haven't tried this one, but I bought this one and didn't realize it's this huge spool. But I've tried a few and they all work fine. I don't personally like the ones that are more like fishing wire, because they're a little bit too intense. I don't know. So these work well for me. This is Gutermann, if I recall. I will put some links to some of the ones that I've used and liked, but they all work pretty well. So one thing I heard, and I don't know how true this is, but my machine shop told me that you should not use your threader, you know, your threader that you push and it comes down and automatically threads for you. You shouldn't use it on invisible threads or on glitter threads. What are they called? Drawing a blank on the name of the threads, but the ones that we use that get bunched up a lot, they don't work all that well sometimes. So for those, you want a stand. So I have a stand behind my machine so that it gives it a lot of room to be able to unravel and get untwisted. And you want to use your reading glasses and thread this yourself. That's what I've heard, is it can make your threader go bad. So just a little tip. All right, so today's project is to stitch in the ditch and get our backing on. All right, let's do it. And so my backing is on and it is all quilted via stitch in the ditch, all done. One other tip that I get asked a lot is, do I add batting to the backing before I put the backing on? And I don't. You certainly can, but my thought process is that this decorative quilt will hang on a wall. So I don't use it for warmth. I don't use it for when guests come over for the guest bed. It hangs on a wall. So you certainly can add batting if you choose, but to me, it just is more bulk to try and fit through the throat of that machine when you're doing the stitch in the ditch. So I don't bother. And this was a lot easier than I remember for some reason. So don't be afraid of stitch in the ditch. It's actually quite easy. And I gave you some tips early on as far as starting from the middle and using the pins and all of that. So now it's time to, what do you know? We are going to do the binding, and actually the binding is my least favorite part. So we'll do that in the next video. ready for the last step of our vintage boardwalk quilt? Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and we are on our last video tutorial for the vintage boardwalk quilt. We're going to do the embellishments today. So we're going to go through each of them step by step, but I do want to point out one thing important. There are several or a few updates on this. So if you look on the Kimberbell.com website and you look through their list of products, there are updates for each of the items, and there's been a few for boardwalk, and I've pointed them out as we've gone along, but there's more of them in this embellishment part. So I will point each one out. I just want to give you a heads up to be ready for that. So the first one that we're going to do is the food stand dimensional sign. And the things that we're going to need is this light tan with the lines all over it in 4x4. And I did back mine with fusible stabilizer. And then we're also going to use the 2 pieces of gray felt that came in our embellishment kit. This is like different than regular felt. I don't know what they did to this one, but they're very stiff, so interesting. And we're going to put one on the front of our hoop and one underneath our hoop. If you've done a lot of in the hoop projects like finger puppets and different various like bags, some bags do the back of the hoop, but definitely finger puppets and different child things. I do a lot of those for my grandkids, and so putting things under the hoop is second nature to me. So I will point out in the photos as we progress along that what part is going on the front and what part is going on the back, and it's really easy to do. Don't worry, you're just going to tape it in place so it doesn't move. So also from our embellishment kit, we're going to need the black button in your bag of buttons. And we're going to need a couple of the really cute decorative buttons. Those will be so fun. Oh my gosh, I'm excited. All right, and then one other thing is our first update. So in our books, I think some books say different things actually, because some of the product updates that are on the website were already updated in my book. So I don't know if there's like a second printing maybe, but in my book, it says that we're gonna need this cording piece to be 4 inches. And on the website, it says that the update is you want it to be 6.5 inches. So make sure to cut your cording in 6.5 inches. This is gonna be for that dimensional sign that's gonna hold up the sign. So let's go ahead and get started on this first one. And like I said, we're going to go through all of them. I had some people asking about the crabs, so we're going to do that. Don't worry, we're going to do all of them. So we're going to finish strong on this quilt. Are you ready for candy corn? Have you gotten your order yet from Mama Darlings? When you do get your order and you're gonna get ready to join us for Candy Corn Quilt Shop, make sure to post in the Kristen Creates Facebook group so that I know who has their orders and who's ready to start so that we can schedule a start date. So we want to get going on that now that Vintage Boardwalk is just about done. You guys have done so great. I can't wait to see them all complete. Hey Kimberbellas, now that we finished our food sign for the food stand, we are going to work on the dimensional crab. So we need 2 of them, and that will take 4 pieces of this pretty red leather, and it's already pre-cut in our embellishment kit, 4 pieces for 2 crabs. And I looked at the directions, it's really easy to make these. So we're going to basically put our outline on our stabilizer and then put 1 piece on the front, 1 piece on the back, and then stitch the outline and the couple of steps for the eyes, so, and the mouth. So we'll need red, white, and black thread for this, and those 4 pieces of red leather, and that's it, and some good scissors, because they look pretty fun to cut. So we'll be trimming them afterward. One thing is that you're supposed to change your bobbin, and I'll make sure and put that in the instructions. I'm not going to do that just because the purpose, I think, is so that if it turns, that the back side looks like the front side, and I'm going to sew mine down. So if you look in the back of the cover, it shows where they're going to go. And you can see it looks like they're just pretty much hanging off of the cord. And I'm actually going to sew mine down a little bit better than that, just because I don't want them to get loose and fall off, or grandkids pulling at them or anything like that. So I'm going to sew mine down a little bit, so I don't care what the back looks like. So I'm not going to change my bobbin. So what is that saying? Do as I say, not as I do. So change your bobbin, do what works for you, but I'm not going to. And like I said, I am going to sew mine down. It looks like it's supposed to just kind of hang from that rope, and I don't feel comfortable with that in my household. I want it sewn down. So other than that, no extra tips on this one. Very easy and no updates. So let's get this one done. One other real quick note is that these are to be done on a 5x7 hoop, and I'm going to use my 6x10 because I merged 2 of them together. Totally optional, do them together, do them separate, doesn't matter at all. But if you're doing 5x7 hoop with 1 crab, mine will look a little different because I've got 2 in 1 hooping in using my 6x10 hoop. So again, do what works for you. Now that we have our cute little crabs, we are going to do the swimming suit ties, and they are very easy, it looks like. Make sure to get your 4 fabrics that match your current bathing suits. And you're going to cut these to 2 by 4.5. And we are going, I think we need them, 2 of them actually, now that, yeah, 2 of each one, sorry about that, 2 of each one. And we're gonna lay it down so that they're right sides together. We'll first put down our placement stitch, and then the 2 fabrics right sides together, matching fabrics, like 2 of each one on top. And then and use cutaway stabilizer. And I went ahead and I merged mine together into one hooping. So I'm going to use my 6 by 10 hoop. You can do each of these separately, it doesn't matter. And once we're done, we're just going to cut around them, clip the corners, and tie them in an overhand knot. And we are done. And then we'll just sew them over the swimming suit, like the little tie in the back of your neck. So that's all, 2 of each of the 4 fabrics, and we're going to go ahead and do the swimming suit ties. everyone, we're nearing the end of our embellishments. So on this one, we're going to do dimensional towels. We're going to need 2 fabrics that are 4x7, this mint with the bikes on it and the green directional stripes, both in 4x7, and then one more that is the yellow scrolls, and that one's going to be 3.5x3. So these are the towels that we're going to put in that little pocket that we made earlier. So what we're going to do with these is you're going to fold them. It says in our book, so this is one of those updates I told you about. It's on the kimberbell.com website. You can see all the updates for the quilt, and one of them is this. So it says wrong sides together, but it is actually right sides together. They have that updated on their website. So you're going to take your fabric and put it right sides together and iron that together. And then we are going to quarter inch seam allowance sew top and bottom, leaving the raw edge open, and we're going to turn it inside out and roll it and put it in our pocket. I think that was it. There might have been something else, but I'll show you all in pictures. But bottom line is I wanted to make sure that you remember that it is right sides together, and we are going to sew the top and bottom, and then we're going to roll it out. Oh, we're going to turn it inside out. Did I forget to say that? Turn it inside out, and then we are going to roll it up and put it in our pocket. And I'm going to tack mine down. You can use sewing, like a hand sewing, or you can use glue. I'm going to hand sew just to hold it in place because, like I mentioned, I've got little grandkids that like to come visit and play with all my stuff. So I'm going to make sure that mine's sewn down, and I think that's about it. So after this, then everything else is like sewing on the buttons and the cording and little things like that, and we'll talk about that a little bit more too, but we're nearing the end. All right, so we have our food stand done, the dimensional sign for the food stand, the dimensional crabs, the swimming suit ties, the cute little flowers on top of the sandals, and we did the dimensional towels, and we did hand sew a bunch of little buttons all over. So cute. Oh my goodness. So we did the life preservers with the cording and the buttons. That's all done. So the last step now is the little pier. So we're going to use our last 2 pieces of cording, and as I said before, that is 17 inches. So that was an update from the Kimberbell website. In our booklet it says 18 inches, but then you won't have enough. So it is 17 inches and it fits fine. We used it on the life preservers. Now we're going to use it on the pier. So one thing, hold on. Sorry. So one thing is that if you look in the photo in the booklet and on the quilt, it shows like 8 little white buttons, and those aren't in our embellishment kit. So I looked all over for them and thought, oh my gosh, I lost them, but they're not in there. So pull out your stash of buttons And actually, let me say, the buttons, it looks like they're optional, because in the directions it just says to tie 4 knots. So you can just do the 4 knots and be perfectly fine. It'll hold on to, because we're going to sew it, or if you want, you can glue it. I'm going to sew mine. But that'll hold just fine. Or you can do the buttons like what's shown in the picture, and it's just little white buttons and the 2 last pieces of cording, and then golly, we're done. So I am going to add one little thing. I'm going to make a label, and if you've been with me since the beginning of this project, Planet Applique had a freebie of like surf font, I think it was called. I don't remember, but you could just put your name using that font on felt and add that, hand stitch that onto the back of your quilt. That would be super cute. I've decided, I've chosen a design, and I'm going to add my name and date to that, and I'll add information on that if you choose to do that. I saw Susan, I think it was Susan Weege, already did one, and she used the beach bag, which is already part of this design, so that is super cute. You can do whatever, but you've got plenty of options, and that's if you choose to add a label. I'm going to add a label. I figure that this quilt should last generations and generations, and it'll be fun for my grandchildren to be able to see my grandma made this. So anyway, a label, easy to do. You would just add in your name and date or whatever information you want. And then golly, our quilt is done. How exciting. Are you ready for Candy Corn Quilt Shop already? Let's do it.